In the room were shelves, and on top were boxes containing all sorts of treasures. Hanging on the farthest wall was an enshrined black and white photo. In the photo was a woman in her 20s. She had a bright smile on her face, but everyone knew that this woman had been dead for many years. Queenie walked forward. As she did, her hips swayed from side to side. The red wine glass in her hand swayed from side to side too. She went up to the photo and then poured the red wine onto the ground.
Daddy, have you not been watching my live streams? You haven't been tipping me at all. Sponsor Grandpa has become my #1 supporter now.
Cherry stretched out her chubby fingers and showed off, while speaking in her young and tender voice.
Grandpa and I make video calls every day, but you disappeared for a whole month and didn't look for me once. Cherry is mad.
After speaking, she placed her hands on her hips and turned back to Justin. Her big dark eyes were darting left and right at rapid speed. Justin rubbed his daughter's head and murmured, "I've been busy with something important. What can I do to make Cherry happy again?"
Cherry blinked and then grinned at him. Help me get my game account back. If you make one without a time limit, I won't be mad at you anymore. Otherwise, Cherry will be really sad because she's thinking of you every day but doesn't have games to kill time with.
Cherry had attention problems in the past, so Nora was allowing her to play games. But Nora noticed that Cherry's 2 elder brothers' presence had helped her overcome her attention problems, so Nora had disabled her unlimited access game account. It wasn't advisable for minors to play games for too many hours a day. But because Cherry liked the game, she had pestered Justin to remove the time limit on the account, which Nora changed back later. As a result, Cherry could only play for an hour a day. Upon hearing Cherry's request, a loving look filled Justin's eyes and he said, "You said that you were mad at me and that you missed me a lot, but in the end, it's all just for the game account, isn't it?" Cherry turned around and giggled.
I'm bored. After playing for an hour, I spend the remaining 23 hours in the day missing you.
What nonsense. Pete exposed her lie right away.
You sleep for 10 hours a day.
Cherry raised her chin.
I miss Daddy in my dreams when I sleep.
Pete went on in a dry voice. But what you said in your sleep was, "Team battle time, go, wipe, wipe."
Even so, there are still 13 hours left for me to miss Daddy,
retorted Cherry. Xander chipped in. You always take your sweet time when you eat, so you take at least 4 hours to finish all 3 meals in a day. Cherry stomped her foot.
I think about Daddy when I eat.
Xander scoffed. But what you said was, now that I don't have games to play, the food doesn't taste good anymore. Why isn't the day over yet? I want to play games. The boys continued to tease their sister. And you spend 4 hours watching other people's live streams. You also spend time savoring every detail of your team battles and ramble at me for 2 hours and then at Xander for another 2. And then you spend time regretting that you didn't diss the other players enough when you were playing. Then you spend time annoying Mummy. Her 2 elder brothers were exposing her. Cherry's eyes were damp with tears. Pete, Xander, you 2 are horrible. Pete retorted. Stop playing games and do some mathematical Olympiad practice instead. Xander suggested in a much calmer voice added, or come and study dissection with me. Human anatomy is very interesting. Justin couldn't bear to see his precious daughter being bullied. He picked up Cherry and scolded the boys. Is that how the 2 of you should be treating your younger sister? Hush, Cherry. Cherry wiped the tears from her eyes. Can Daddy remove the child restrictions for me? I'll have to ask your mum about that. Nora stood watching them. As she listened to the 4 of them talk, she raised her head and looked at the upper floor. The mysterious room was open, and her aunt was inside. No one knew what she was looking at. As Nora thought back to what Truman had said, she sighed.
Her aunt said that she would let Nora see the room when the time was right, and when that happened, her aunt's identity would be revealed. But when would it be the right time? While Nora was thinking, her cell phone rang. When she answered, Ian's voice came from the other end.
Nora, I think I know who your aunt is.
Nora's pupils shrank. Who is she?
I'm about to board my flight. I'll tell you when I get there.
When he got here, Ian was flying over. For Ian to become so excited that he would come over in person, who on earth was Queenie? Nora didn't hang up, but asked, "Who is she?" Ian kept quiet for a while.
I can't say it over the phone.
This was because he feared that someone could be monitoring their cell phones. Even if Nora was Q, the top hacker in the world, there was no guarantee that no one would be monitoring them. Even if Nora could guarantee that her cell phone wouldn't be hacked, could they guarantee the same for Ian? Not only was she in another country, but the phone call was an international, long-distance one. Could she guarantee that the international communication signal would not be hacked? Nora could only nod and say, "All right, I'll pick you up in 8 hours."
Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Nora sank into contemplation for a long while. At this point, Queenie came down the stairs drunkenly and asked, "How are things with Barbarian?" Brenda had wholly taken over the task of arresting Barbarian. The Queen was still unable to accept the fact that he was a murderer, so she had chosen to remain silent on the matter. Nora sighed. Barbarian indeed lives up to his name, the embodiment of the human limits. Despite the intensive attempts to catch him, he still managed to escape. He's nowhere to be found now. Queenie nodded. She asked, "Was that Ian Smith calling just now?" Nora nodded, surprised by Queenie's perceptiveness. In order to avoid people eavesdropping on her phone calls, her cell phone's volume was set very low. Even so, she'd still heard them. Noticing her puzzled look, Queenie smiled and said, "You called him Dad." Really? Nora became doubtful instead. As it easily exposed the other party's identity, she rarely greeted someone by name immediately after answering the phone, unless she was in a very safe place, and the other party's identity was not a sensitive one. Queenie didn't plan on speaking any further. Instead, she swirled the wine in her glass. Her delicate face was ruddy, her cheeks were already red. She said, "In that case, I'll go upstairs to rest for now." She had only taken a couple of steps when Cherry grabbed her. She said, "Grandaunt Queenie, are you going to drink again? Don't drink anymore. Come and play with Cherry instead. It's been really long since we last played together." Queenie raised her eyebrows. "Do you actually remember your grandaunt's existence when your father, whom you've been thinking of this whole time, is already here?" Cherry grinned and pushed Justin toward Nora. "But I can't hog Daddy. He ought to spend more time with Mummy too. They may have a lot to talk about." Pete had said that they should let their parents bond with each other so that they wouldn't separate in the future. This way, the triplets would be together forever. Even though Cherry really loved her father, she'd better still leave him to her mother instead. Displeasure filled Queenie's expression. "Are you only looking for me because your dad is not around? I'm not going to be your backup plan." Though she said that, she still followed Cherry to the side. Justin walked over to Nora and the two sat on the sofa. Justin looked at Queenie, who was holding Cherry's hand. One was elegant and noble, while the other was charming and adorable. The two looked extremely harmonious together. Justin remarked, "Aunt Queenie seems to really like Cherry, huh?" "Aunt Queenie?" a puzzled Nora asked when she heard Justin suddenly addressing her aunt in a different manner. Justin smiled and replied,
Since she's your aunt, then that makes her my aunt too.
The man sure was flirting with her every moment of the day. Nora raised her eyebrows and said, "Yeah, Aunt Queenie treats Cherry very well."
Tell me more,
Justin prompted, because if he didn't, Nora would never say any more than that. Nora smiled. Sure. Back then, when she lost a lot of blood during childbirth and her life was on the line, her aunt had saved her and taken her abroad. Later, she also outright declared Nora the heir to NTT. During the announcement, her demeanor had been icy cold. She also treated her and Cherry coldly. But if the servants in the family ever slighted them even a little, Queenie would immediately and resolutely give out punishments to them. She remembered that when Cherry was 3 or 4 months old, because of her frail constitution, the baby had caught a Rizola infection and had a high fever, which needed to be cooled physically. When she called the doctor over in the middle of the night because of the fever, he'd said that it would be best to avoid taking medicine and cool the baby's temperature physically instead. Her aunt had immediately complained, "Children are so troublesome." At that time, Nora didn't know her very well, so Nora told her to go back and rest while she took turns taking care of Cherry with the nanny. Though Cherry was already more than 3 months old, Nora was still weak due to blood loss during childbirth. Unable to stay awake, she fell asleep in the middle of the night. But when she was half asleep, she saw Queenie changing the cold towel on Cherry's forehead. Queenie had always been someone with a cold exterior but a warm heart. She was a resolute person with a can-do attitude. She was elegant and attractive, and many men courted her, but she rejected them all. She said that she didn't like men and had never thought of getting married, so everything in NTT was hers and Cherry's. Nora took a sip of water and said, "I've never thought of taking anything from her." Seeing that I seemed to have made up my mind, she decided to give NTT to Cherry. Realization dawned on Justin. No wonder Cherry had never cared about the Hunt's assets. She already had NTT. The Hunt's assets were indeed comparable with NTT. He lowered his eyes and held Nora's hand.
Yeah, we'll talk about it again when the time comes.
Nora nodded. The two chatted for quite a while. When they suddenly fell silent and were about to rest, they noticed Pete and Xander whispering to each other nearby. Nora had sharp ears, so she heard the two little fellows' private conversation. Pete asked worriedly, "Will Cherry be mad because we exposed her like that?" Xander, with an arrogant and fearless stance, raised his chin and said, "So what, even if she does? We're doing this for her own good. Playing games every day is not good for her health." Pete nodded. He suggested, "Why don't we have a good talk with her?" Xander pouted. "What's there to talk about? Just let her..." Before he could finish, though, Pete sighed and said, "You're the eldest among us, so you should act like one. Considering how unreliable Daddy is, he's either faking his death or keeping quiet and ignoring us all the time. Cherry and I will have to depend on you in the future." Xander's expression turned smug. "Ha, so you admit that I'm the eldest now?" Pete replied, "Yes, I will do as you say from now on, Xander." His admission made Xander get ahead of himself. He patted his little chest and said, "Don't worry, I will look after you and Cherry. I won't let the two of you go down the wrong path." Pete asked, "Should we talk to Cherry?" "Of course." Xander insisted on acting like the eldest sibling and said, "I'll ask her to come over right away. We'll talk to her together." "Okay, Xander." Pete's submissive attitude made Xander walk toward Cherry with his chin raised. He said, "Cherry, as your elder brothers, Pete and I have something to tell you." Cherry was utterly puzzled. She said to Queenie, brush Flora's hair for me, Grand Aunt Queenie. I'll be back in a jiffy.
This is obviously your doll, yet you insist on making me do it. All right, go on.
Queenie complained as she took the doll from Cherry, who skipped over to Pete and Xander. The three little ones got together. Nora rested her chin on her palm and watched curiously as the two brothers educated their younger sister, who had been led astray. Xander coughed and started the lecture. He said, "Cherry, after thinking about it for a long while, I don't think it's right that you keep on playing games like this every day. Do you want to grow up into an adult who doesn't know anything but playing games?" Cherry looked crushed at once. She lowered her head, twiddled her thumbs, and said sadly, "But I really want to play games. Are you also going to tell me what to do when Mummy is already doing so?" Xander nodded. "Yes. As the oldest among us, this is my responsibility. We both feel that you are not doing the right thing." "Really?" Cherry looked at Pete. "Do you think so too, Pete?" Xander also looked at Pete. After pondering for a while, Pete looked at Xander and said, "Why don't we relax our supervision on Cherry, Xander? As older brothers, we can support her for a lifetime anyway." Cherry's eyes lit up at once and she said, "Pete is the best." Xander was so annoyed. This was Pete's idea after all. Cherry then glared at him and said, "I don't like you anymore." But it was Pete that Cherry should be mad at after all. Xander wondered if all of this was a setup against him. Cherry hugged Pete and said, "Pete, let's go play together." Pete was very reserved. He said reluctantly, "I don't like playing with dolls, but for your sake, all right." The two walked toward Queenie hand in hand, leaving Xander all alone. Xander stood on the spot dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked. At the side, Nora's lip corners spasmed. Was there such intense competition between boys with sister complexes these days? Do they have to start a battle of wits and courage just to win their younger sister's favor now? Justin, next to Nora, found the sight unbearable to watch. Pete was too devious. The family had fun all afternoon. This continued until the Queen called in the evening. With a listless look on her face, she asked, "Has Black Cat returned or not?" The Queen still cared about the whereabouts of Black Cat? No, really, so much time had already passed. Why was she still hung up over Black Cat? Nora replied, "She's gone back." "Okay." The Queen hung up on her right away. Nora was rendered a little speechless by the Queen. After the children fell asleep at night, she took a look at the clock. It was time to pick up Ian at the airport. Both Nora and Justin's identities had already been exposed in front of each other, so they headed to the airport together. However, Justin kept wearing a black mask and moved about as King. Justin drove while Nora sat in the passenger seat. Her cell phone rang. This was Black Cat's phone. When she answered, a woman's familiar voice came from the other end. "Black Cat, have you gone back?" Nora was startled to hear the Queen's voice from the other end. Why was she so invested in Black Cat's location? No, really, what was the Queen doing? She had just called Nora to ask if Black Cat had returned, and now she was calling Black Cat herself to ask if she had returned. It wasn't like she would go missing, right? The corners of her lips spasmed as she replied, "Yes, I'm back." "Oh, that's great." The Queen suddenly heaved a sigh. "I was worried that you might have been caught and detained by Nora Smith. Her eyes are really sharp. You'd better keep your distance from King. By the way, I forgot to tell you that King and Nora Smith are in a relationship, so you'd better not mess with them. You didn't see how infuriating Nora was. She actually made use of me to catch someone. I'm so mad. If she wanted me to cooperate, couldn't she just say so? I'm not an unreasonable person. I think she is deliberately making things difficult for me. Of all people, why was my strongest bodyguard the murderer?
Nora couldn't believe the Queen was complaining about Barbarian. The Queen rambled on.
Am I annoying you by saying so much?
Nora was about to answer yes, but the Queen went on.
You agree with me, right? Nora is too pretentious. The way she acts like she's so high up in the air, as if she doesn't take anyone seriously. Forget it, I won't complain about her anymore. I used to love complaining about her the most, but I find that even complaining about her is boring these days. Alas.
The corners of Nora's lips spasmed. If it was that boring, why was she still talking so much? The thought had only just formed when the Queen continued speaking.
Apart from making sure that you're safe, I'm also calling because I'd like to confide in you. I'm actually a little sad.
The Queen was going to tell Black Cat about her sadness. They weren't that close that they could confide in each other, right? Despite finding it a nuisance, she asked, "What are you feeling sad about?" Nora definitely wasn't one to utter such a sentence. The Queen said,
Barbarian, my bodyguard. You know who he is, right? I've always regarded him as my younger brother. Watching him grow up and watching him become my strongest bodyguard made me really happy. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be a serial killer. Did you know? I looked into it just now. I was thinking that if he had never killed anyone from the UK, then I'd just turn a blind eye. But do you know how many people he has killed? He has killed almost 100 people, with more than a dozen of them from the UK. He's my younger brother, but those people are also my subjects. As an elder sister, I can cover up for my younger brother, but as a queen, I cannot allow the murderer to go unpunished, such that those who have died cannot even rest in peace. The two roles, an elder sister and a queen, keep switching back and forth in me. Do you understand? This is the first time I'm finding something a bit tricky to handle. I don't know what to do. I have dealt with ministers who betrayed me, but I never thought he would betray me too. He has never betrayed me before. No, that's not right. I never knew that he betrayed me before. But killing my people is no different than a betrayal.
The Queen rambled on and on, making Nora dizzy. At last, the Queen asked,
Do you think I'm right?
Nora replied, Yes, you are.
You understand that I'm really being put in a spot too, right? I knew you would understand. You are so much better than Nora. She is a heartless woman. This one time I confided in her some of my worries, but she actually fell asleep just listening to me. Ha! Does she think of my worries as a lullaby?
Nora was nearly falling asleep on the phone. How long could this Queen blather on?
All right, I have to go. Thank you for listening, Black Cat.
After she finished, she hung up at once, not giving Nora a chance to even respond to her at all. "We've reached the airport," said Justin warmly as he looked at her twitching face. Nora got out of the car and went to the airport exit to wait for Ian. As Justin was wearing a mask, it would be too eye-catching if he came out, so Nora made him stay in the car. She did not wait long at the exit before she saw that the flight had arrived. Ian walked out with the crowd. Ian was in the business class, so he came out first. He raised his walking stick as a stewardess supported him. When Ian had just recovered, he was weak, so he was in a wheelchair. Now, he could walk with a walking stick. Even if he walked slowly, his back was always straight. He was wearing a suit, and no one dared to underestimate him. Nora quickly entered the blockade. She came to Ian and held his arm. A staff member was about to come over and say that she could not enter so casually.
But when he saw this scene, he could not urge her anymore. The father and daughter slowly walked out. Nora looked back and asked, "Where's your luggage?" Ian replied, "I don't have any." Nora was a little stunned. The Smiths had a private plane, but to fly overseas, they had to apply for a transit pass. This required time, and Ian clearly could not wait, so he took the earliest flight he could find. He did not even bring his clothes or luggage. It was obvious how anxious he was about the news. Nora did not dare to ask too much and walked him straight to the exit. The two of them left the airport and arrived outside the car. As Justin was here to pick Ian up, he drove a spacious car to make it easier for Ian, who had been on the plane for 8 hours, to have a good rest. Ian pulled Nora's hand. "Sit in the back with me." "Okay." Nora accompanied Ian into the car. Justin slowly started the car. Ian glanced at Justin. When he saw that he was still wearing a mask, he frowned and asked, "Is he reliable?" She coughed. "Yes." "If he's reliable, why is he still wearing a mask?" Nora was about to explain that this was Justin when she saw Ian wave his hand. "Forget it. I won't ask anymore. You're being so mysterious all the time. I don't care what you're doing either. If you say he's reliable, I'll continue. Turn off all your phones and all the communication equipment in the car." Seeing Ian's serious expression, Nora took out her phone and switched it off. She didn't say anything about being safe in her car. Because Ian was completely frightened now, she had to give him the safest environment to make him say it. When Justin saw this, he stopped the car on an empty road. There was nothing around them. Nora even got out of the car and walked around. After confirming that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation, she got back into the car and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Nora rarely called Ian Dad. Now that she had called him that, Ian's heart calmed down. He sighed and suddenly said, Back then, the Smiths were so powerful. Your mother had to escape to protect me, so it's always good to be careful." There had to be a reason the mysterious organization could make Yvette wary. Nora nodded. Ian asked, "Is Queenie at the villa?" "Yes." Ian swallowed. "I want to see her. No, never mind. I can't see her." Ian's words were incoherent. Obviously, even after sitting on the plane for 8 hours, he still could not calm his agitated mood. Nora frowned. "What's wrong?" Ian said, "I'm afraid that if I see her recklessly like this, I'll bring her danger. Forget it. I'll tell you the truth. I recently found out that when Yvette was overseas, she once tried to get into business. She used an alias when she was doing business. That alias, Queenie Schmidt." He looked at Nora steadily and said word by word. This sentence made Nora frown. Why was Ian so nervous and being so mysterious? Was it because he felt that her aunt, Queenie Schmidt, was her mother, Yvette? Nora looked at Ian and did not know what to say. Ian seemed to have confirmed his suspicions. He slowly said, "When your mother died back then, you were still young, so you didn't see her dead body, right? So think about it. Why is your aunt so good to you? She even handed over to you the company that she worked so hard to establish. And the birthday gift she gave to Cherry last time was something I had given to your mother, Nora." Seeing that he still wanted to say more, Nora sighed and slowly said, "They look completely different." As soon as she said this, Ian replied, "Her looks could have been adjusted later. Your plastic surgery skills are so good now, it wouldn't have been a hard thing for her to change her face." Nora was silent again. "Mother is already dead."
I didn't see a dead body. You didn't see a dead body either. I only heard the news from other people. Your mother was so smart, she could definitely find a way out. Nora, I don't dare to go to the Schmidts directly now. I'm afraid that someone might suspect her if they see me there. Can you help me contact her and get her to come out secretly so that we can meet?"
Ian's eyes were filled with light. Nora had never seen Ian like this. He was in high spirits, as if he had found a reason to live again. He had never been so excited, even when he found out that she was his biological daughter. He must have loved Yvette so much. Nora suddenly felt a little sad. She did not want to cruelly crush Ian's only hope. She said, "I'll call her now."
"Okay."
Ian smiled. This smile was like the sun shining into a car, making everything brighter. Ian was indeed extremely good-looking, even at his older age. Nora took out her phone and turned it on. She called Queenie, but no one picked up for a long time. Nora frowned and picked up her phone again. She called the butler. John picked up quickly.
"Miss Nora, what's the matter?"
"Where's Queenie?"
"She just drove out. She didn't say where she was going,"
John replied. Nora frowned. "Then who did she take with her?" John said,
"No one."
"Where was she going off to all alone?" She asked. "She didn't take anyone along."
"No, I tried to persuade Madam to take 2 bodyguards with her, but she seemed to be in a hurry. She only said that there was no need and left."
"Okay." Nora hung up the phone. She thought about it and called the NTT. Royce picked up quickly.
"Miss Nora, what's the matter?"
"Did Queenie come to the company?"
"No."
After Royce replied, Nora was about to hang up when she heard Royce say,
"But Madam called me just now and told me something."
What was Queenie up to? She frowned and asked, "What is it?" Royce said,
"She wants us to listen to you from now on."
Queenie was clearly up to something, but Nora didn't quite understand yet. She frowned. "When was this?" Royce sighed.
"She wants us to listen to you from now on."
Queenie was clearly up to something, but Nora didn't quite understand yet. She frowned. "When was this?" Royce sighed.
"Just now, and Madam is hiding something."
Nora was stunned. "What is it?"
"How about this? I'll tell you in person at the Schmidts."
Nora nodded. "Sure." After hanging up, she said to Justin, "We have to go to the Schmidts. Hurry." When she was on the phone, Justin had sensed that something was wrong. So after she finished speaking, he started the car and rushed to the Schmidts. Ian asked nervously,
"What's wrong with her? Did something happen to her? Or does she know that I'm here and is hiding from me on purpose?"
Nora frowned. She took out her phone and sent a message as she said, "No, she's missing. I'll get someone to look for her now."
"Missing?"
Ian's eyes widened.
"How can that be?"
Why did she leave in such a hurry? The 3 of them went straight to the Schmidts' home. John was waiting at the door. When he saw Nora, he said,
"When Madam left, she said that you can now enter that room."
That room. That room with Queenie's secret she could enter now. So now was the time Queenie had mentioned before. Nora's heart felt worse and uneasier. She asked, "Did she take anything with her when she went out?" John thought about it and nodded.
"Yes, I think she took an insulated box."
Confidential documents could be placed in a password box. Why did she have to use an insulated box? As soon as the thought appeared, Nora immediately realized it. It was the V16. Only medicine needed to be kept cold. The car stopped at the bottom of the villa. Nora helped Ian out of the car. The few of them had just gotten out when they saw Cherry and the other 2 running out eagerly. When they saw Ian, The three of them shouted in surprise. "Grandpa!" Cherry pounced forward and hugged Ian before beginning to speak sweetly. Pete and Xander stood by the side with the corners of their mouths twitching. However, Nora was not in the mood to listen to them. She entered the villa. Justin followed closely behind her. The two of them went straight to the 3rd floor, but realized that the door to the mysterious room had already been opened. Nora's footsteps instantly stopped. She and Justin looked at each other. Justin heard Ian's walking stick. Ian walked around Cherry and came to Nora and Justin. When he saw their faces, he asked, "What is it?" Nora looked at that room. "There is a secret about my aunt's identity in this room." Ian immediately looked at the door eagerly and walked in. Nora followed behind him. When the two of them entered, they were first attracted to the black and white photo on the wall. In the photo was Yvette's young and arrogant face. She was smiling arrogantly as she looked straight at them. In front of the photo were some offerings. It was obvious that someone had been here all year to commemorate her. This. When Ian saw the photo, the final hope in his heart suddenly shattered. No one would secretly commemorate themselves. Although he had a strong feeling after finding out that Yvette had once used the name Queenie, he really wanted Queenie to be Yvette. However, he knew in his heart, how could the mysterious organization, which could push Yvette to a dead end, believe that she was dead without seeing her corpse? But he forced himself not to think about it. It seemed that, as long as he did not think about it, Queenie could still be Yvette. He knew that if he thought about it, this fantasy of his would be shattered. The walking stick in his hand trembled slightly. He tried hard to stand up straight and walked forward trembling. His fingers slowly touched the portrait on the wall before he began to size up the items on the surrounding shelves. This. He picked up a small golden locket and was stunned. This is Yvette's. In the middle of the golden locket was a piece of jade. The jade pendant had been broken, and there was a crack in the middle. He looked at the rest of the shelves and realized that most of the things on them were left behind by Yvette. He picked them up one by one, trembling. It was as if he had returned to the good days he had spent with Yvette. Nora was not as emotionally affected. After all, she hadn't seen her mother since a very young age. Her feelings for her mother were not very strong. She was just looking for something that belonged to Queenie here. Since Queenie had said that the secret to her identity was in this room, then there must be something that belonged to her. Nora looked around and suddenly saw a small box. She was stunned. After walking over, she picked up the box and slowly opened it. The first thing that came into view was a business card. On the card was a little girl who looked to be in her teens. She had a ponytail and was facing the camera with a wide smile. The name of the company on the card was Philip Biotechnology Laboratory. This is the official name of the mysterious organization, Justin suddenly said. He looked at the girl on the card again. He seemed to have realized something, but still he asked, "Who is this?" Nora clenched her fists and slowly said, "Queenie." When Queenie was only 11 or 12 years old, she was a member of the mysterious organization. This was an outcome Nora had not expected. She and Justin suddenly looked at each other. Nora put down the box in her hand and rushed to Queenie's bedroom. The V16 was supposed to be in her bedroom. However, when she entered the bedroom, she saw that the fridge door was open and the V16 inside was indeed gone. Nora was stunned. Justin reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder, comforting her. "It's okay." There were 2 gene serums. Even if Queenie really handed both serums to the mysterious organization, he could still talk to Truman as king and get one back for Xander. There was still time to fix this. However, he knew that Nora was not worried about the serum right now. She was just confused and hesitant upon being betrayed. Nora really did not expect it to be like this. Queenie was from the mysterious organization. She had thought about this a long time ago, but in the past 5 years, Queenie's affection for her was not fake. And her feelings for Cherry were not fake either. She had even told her aunt that she could give her one of the 2 serums. Why did she snatch both of them away? If she had left one for Xander, Nora would not have been so sad. Nora took a deep breath. This could be very dangerous news for Xander, whose life was on the line. Nora needed to get the V16 back, and quickly. Nora heard footsteps and her brow furrowed. When she turned around, she saw the 3 children looking at them in confusion. Cherry asked, "Mummy, what's wrong?" Pete and Xander looked at her worriedly. Nora lowered her eyes. How could she be truthful to these young faces? She couldn't tell them just how dangerous everything had become. "It's nothing. I've just lost something of mine." Cherry said again, "What did you lose? It's okay. When Grandaunt comes back, I'll get her to help you find it. Grandaunt is so powerful, she'll definitely be able to find it." Looking at her innocent appearance, Nora touched her head and did not say anything. She walked past her and entered the room that had never been opened for her before. She wanted to see Queenie's life. Justin stood behind her and looked at her departing back. He had never seen her like this. No matter what, she was calm, rational, and powerful. However, sometimes what broke a person's heart was not physical abuse, but psychological betrayal. Nora had truly trusted Queenie. Now, she felt that that had been a mistake. He followed behind Nora and entered the room with her. Nora took the box and flipped through it. Only then did she see an identity card. The ID card was very old. It looked more than 20 years old as the photo was still in black and white. The name on the ID card was Queenie, but the photo was of Yvette. This should be the identity Yvette had forged back then. Below the card was a transfer of shares agreement. It meant that once she passed away, all that belonged to the NTT company she had founded would be inherited by her daughter, Nora. Nora took a deep breath. 20 years ago, the internet wasn't as prevalent, and most of the records were kept offline. It was not as convenient as it is now. After Yvette disguised herself as Queenie, one could easily change the photo. Nora had seen Queenie's identity card. She had secretly replaced her mother's identity back then. Nora felt a little stifled in her chest. It was very uncomfortable. Was this the feeling of sadness? She looked down again and realized there was nothing left. Although she knew that Queenie was from the mysterious organization, she still did not know anything about her real identity. At this moment, a car arrived at the door. NTT's Royce walked in. When she saw him, Nora instantly narrowed her eyes and asked, "You've always known that she isn't Queenie, right?" Royce was a veteran from when NTT was first established. He must have seen her mother. Royce nodded. His face was very serious.
Yes, I came here this time to explain it to you.
He pointed to the sofa. After letting Nora sit down, he said,
I remember it was 26 years ago. Your mother suddenly brought her here one day and said that she would be in charge of everything related to NTT. I asked her what her name was. Your mother said her name was Queenie. Your mother emphasized that she would be Queenie from now on.
Nora was taken aback. Royce handed her another document.
Look at this first.
She lowered her head and opened it. After taking a look, Her eyes narrowed. Nora stared at the document intently. After a while, she looked at Royce and asked, "When did you find out? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Royce sighed.
I only found out recently. I realized that something was wrong with her, so I went to investigate.
With that, Royce frowned.
Madam has never had a change of heart all these years. I even suspected her when your mother brought her here. But your mother had said that I could trust her. I couldn't have expected this to be the truth.
Nora nodded. Nora walked over and handed the document in her hand to Justin. It was a cancer diagnosis. Justin pursed his lips tightly.
This doesn't make any sense. If she doesn't have long to live, why is she still working for the mysterious organization? Could it be that they have something on her? Or could it be that she has relatives who are being threatened?
This was the only explanation. Nora instantly pursed her lips tightly. She looked at the diagnosis intently and suddenly lowered her eyes. Her lips curled up into a bitter smile. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Carl of the Assassin Alliance. "Do me a favor." On a highway, a low-key black car was parked by the roadside. Queenie sat in the driver's seat and looked forward with blurry eyes. She opened the glove compartment in the car and took out a tall cup and a bottle of red wine. She picked up the bottle of red wine. The year written on it was 1995. This was the year that she had come from the mysterious organization. She remembered that before she left, her master had said, "I want you to go with her and work as a spy." She had agreed. Yvette took her out of the mysterious organization. She did not bring her back to the country. Instead, she went to a company called NTT. Yvette handed her to Royce and said, "This is my sister. From now on, she will be Queenie. Queenie will only be her." She was stunned and looked at Yvette in disbelief. But Yvette only smiled at her. Even after more than 20 years, that woman's smile still seemed to be in front of her. It was the first time in her life that she had received kindness. Later, Yvette took her to start a company and planned the company's future development together. She even took her on a trip, and the two of them had gone to a winery. Yvette had stayed with her for a month in that winery. That big sister-like figure taught her how to make wine by hand, how to ride a horse, and even played with her. When she could not do it well, Yvette would scold her like she was her own sister. Slowly, she forgot her original mission. She really thought she was Yvette's sister. Until she received a call from the organization. She looked at the bottle of wine in her hand again. She had made this with Yvette back then. They had made a total of 10 bottles. At the time, Yvette had smiled and said, "When I'm old, no, when we're old, the two of us will drink together." At the thought of this, she took out a bottle opener and opened the bottle of wine. She slowly poured it into the cup and swirled it gently. She tasted it carefully. The wine was not fermented enough, so it still had an astringent smell. It was too old. It was mellow and rich. The taste lingered in her mouth. She smiled. At this moment, a car suddenly drove by the roadside and stopped beside her car. After the window was opened, the person in the driver's seat said, "Customer 9815, right? We're your bodyguards." Queenie nodded at him. This was the most influential mercenary organization in the world. She had paid a high price to hire such a team to protect her. After all, the way to the mysterious organization from here would not be smooth. At the thought of this, Queenie said, "Come over, drive for me." With that, she got out of the car and walked to the front passenger seat. As soon as she sat down, the back door of the car beside her was pushed open. Immediately, a masked person in a camouflage outfit got into the driver's seat. Queenie said, "Let's go." However, the person in the driver's seat did not start the car. She turned around in confusion and saw the person taking off the black cat mask. Nora looked at her with a complicated gaze and asked slowly, "Queenie, where are you going?" Nora's hair was tied neatly at the back of her head. Not a hair was out of place. Her face was covered in grey camouflage paint, and the camouflage print outfit she wore looked sharp and well-fitted. Coupled with her army boots, she was a sight to see. At the sight of Nora, Queenie's pupils shrank. Stunned, she asked, "You? Why are you here?" Nora cast her eyes down. "You may have underestimated Black Cat's status in the industry. Black Cat was the top assassin in the world. Every organization, no matter what one, would show her respect." When Nora realized that Queenie had left by herself, she was confident that she would hire security services. Bodyguards hired at the last minute were unprofessional and unreliable. Their combat skills weren't as reliable as professional hitmen and mercenaries. Mercenaries only did what they were paid to do and would never betray their employers. So Nora had used Black Cat's identity to contact all of the organizations. She found out that Queenie chose a mercenary group that had ties to the Hitman League. The Hitman League and the Assassin Alliance were rivals and competitors. Queenie might have chosen them because of this, in order to prevent Nora from getting a hold of her location through the Assassin Alliance. But little did Queenie know. The Hitman League had a lot of respect for Black Cat. Queenie frowned. "Isn't the Hitman League on hostile terms with your group?" "We're not on hostile terms. We're just competitors. Besides, I did them a small favor in the past." Nora answered and then looked straight ahead. Many years ago, the Hitman League had received a difficult job. They dispatched several assassins for the job, but they all came back unsuccessful. If this news spread, the Hitman League would have ended up looking like an embarrassment. Their old boss got an idea and decided to hire the services of Black Cat, who was from the Assassin Alliance, for the job. He had been making a last-ditch effort. He had never imagined that Black Cat would actually take it up. At that time, they thought that Black Cat only wanted money and hadn't recognized them. But when Black Cat only took 2 hours to complete the job that they had failed to complete after 2 weeks, and successfully found their identity, their old boss decided to offer extra money so that Black Cat wouldn't reveal the truth about the job to the public. At that time, competition between the two organizations was fierce, and every time either of them received a difficult job, they would secretly show off within the industry. But Black Cat refused the extra money. She said that the job was only worth the price that they had initially agreed upon. Thinking that this was the Assassin Alliance's conspiracy, the old boss was convinced that they were done for. With Black Cat easily resolving the problem that they couldn't take care of, she had become a walking advertisement for the Assassin Alliance. But the outcome he was worried about did not come to pass. Black Cat never told anyone that she had taken on such a job. Because of this, everyone in the Hitman League, including Abbott, who had carried out the mission with Nora the other time, had a lot of respect for Black Cat, even though they disliked Nora. So when Nora used Black Cat's account to ask them for help, the members of the Hitman League immediately reported to her the moment Queenie approached them. Abbott had sent several messages to Nora. "Hey, Black Cat, do you know that the Assassin Alliance took advantage of your fame and found someone to impersonate you and act as a bodyguard for the Queen for 3 days? These people are crazy. The Hitman League's doors are always open for you." Nora ignored Abbott completely. She didn't even look at the text messages he sent after that. Instead, she rushed over after receiving the news about Queenie. After hearing Nora's reply, Queenie fell silent for a while. In the end, she hung her head and asked, "Are you here to catch me and take me back?" "No." Nora looked straight ahead of her. Then her eyes reddened and she whispered, "I'm here to accompany you on this journey." This journey that might be her last. Queenie was stunned. Then she sighed and asked, "You found out?" "Yes." Nora's voice was low, but her voice was firm. She steadied herself before continuing, "Aunt Queenie, I trust you. I know you must have your reasons for doing this. I'd like to hear your explanation." Her explanation? Queenie fell silent. She turned her head and looked out the window. "You know what? I've actually long forgotten what my name really is. Ever since my teens, when people started calling me Queenie Schmidt, I thought that I had become the real Queenie." She lowered her head. A self-mocking smile appeared on her lips. "Ivy Lyons. That's my real name." After speaking, she took a sip of red wine and whispered, "For so many years, the mysterious organization never contacted me, and I was naive. I thought that I had really broken free from them. But unexpectedly, right after you obtained the V16, I received their summons. And now I must hand over the V16 to them." "Why?" Nora was looking at her with an intense gaze. Why would a woman who was close to death go against her own will and let herself suffer and be blackmailed from others? Because of my family? "Queenie." Nora started to speak, but her voice trailed off. She still preferred to call her Queenie. To Nora, her aunt was Queenie Schmidt, and in the same way, Queenie Schmidt was her aunt. My family has always been under their control. Queenie spoke indifferently, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Nora fell silent. Queenie looked at her. "If they threatened Cherry or Justin's life and demanded that you hand over the V16, would you do it?" "Yes." Without thinking, Nora came to an answer. She sighed and stared at the steering wheel in front of her. This meant Aunt Queenie had no other choice, right? She turned her head to look at Queenie again, her gaze falling on her. Queenie always wore sexy, very revealing clothes. Even when she was home alone, she wore a red silk nightgown. She had a good figure. But right now, Queenie was wearing a large, baggy black coat. For a second, Nora didn't recognize her. There was sorrow in her eyes. Was it because she had suffered a betrayal from someone who she had once seen as her sister? But Nora felt like the sorrow was carrying some other meaning. It was hard to tell what it really was. Queenie looked at her again. "Do you hate me?" "No," Nora answered. She had a hint of bitterness in her voice. She took a while to word what she wanted to say, so that she could express her feelings more clearly. She sighed. "I was really sad when I found out that you took the V16. But now that I know you had no other choice, I find myself forgiving you." Queenie was taken aback. A wry smile spread across her lips. "After so many years, I have still let Yvette down." Nora shook her head. "I think Mum expected this to happen. That's why she chose to trust you unconditionally and gave you warmth, even knowing full well that she didn't know anything about your identity or background." Queenie laughed when she heard her. "What are your plans now?" "Nothing much," Nora replied. "I told you, I'm here to accompany you on your last journey." Queenie was surprised. She reached out her hand and touched her head. This journey's not going to be a peaceful one. Barbarian is still watching us, and the mysterious organization will send their men to pick me up. Why are you doing this? She knew very well that she was her enemy, and yet she still came to accompany her without hesitation. Nora smiled. Because you're my aunt. She lowered her head. Besides, I owe you my life. 5 years ago, but more like 6 years ago now, after giving birth, Nora's body had become extremely weak as she lay on the delivery bed. Since she was little, Nora had lived in a family without love. It was impossible for her to say that she didn't envy her younger sister. When she watched her fake father raise her sister into the air, and when she watched her stepmother gently scold her sister, deep down, she had been envious of her. She began to study medicine under Sylvester and practiced martial arts under Quinn. The two elderly men treated her well, but they were still men. All they did was reprimand her, tell her to grow up and to keep studying. Queenie was the only one who had showed her a ray of warmth in her life. She remembered that she was so weak back then, she couldn't even get off the delivery bed. After she gave birth to Cherry, she could only watch helplessly as Henry came over to snatch the baby from her. She couldn't even lift a finger. Then someone kicked the door open. Queenie, dressed in red, had walked in. She marched right up to Nora and grabbed her hand. Her warm fingers closed around Nora's hand and she told her, "Don't be scared, Nora. I'm here now." Then she ordered her bodyguard to snatch the baby back. She stood in front of Nora to protect her as she faced Henry. Henry yelled, "What are you doing here?" With her voice calm and steady, the woman replied, "I'm here to take her home." At that time, Nora was starting to lose consciousness. Before she passed out, she heard Queenie say, "Since you can't take care of her properly, then from now on, I will be the one taking care of her. She will be my daughter from now on." Queenie had taken Nora home then. Now, Nora would bring Queenie home. "I don't need you to protect me." After hearing what Nora said, Queenie turned her head to the side and added, "There's no need for you to do this. Treating you well was one of my missions. The mysterious organization wanted me to be nice to you. Otherwise, how would I have gained your trust?" Nora did not speak. Queenie opened the thermal insulation case that she had brought with her, took out one of the bottles inside, and handed it to her. "Take this bottle of V16. After this, we don't owe each other anything anymore. Leave." But Nora didn't take it. Instead, she started the car. Queenie frowned. "Didn't you hear me?" Nora replied coldly, "Put the V16 back in the case. If it's kept in the open for too long, it'll lose its effectiveness." After Nora refused to take the V16 from her, Queenie hesitated before she placed it back in the case. She sneered. "You weren't such a saint in the past." Since she was little, Nora had never had normal family relationships. And the few teachers she had were all elderly people with high statuses in their professional fields and were very dignified figures. As a result, she had always acted like someone with an extreme ego. During the 5 years she was abroad, she had been cold and indifferent to people and didn't care much for the people around her. She didn't have many friends. That was why the Queen hated Nora. She was cold and unreceptive toward others, no matter how nice they were to her. During her time abroad, she only made one friend, and that was Tanya. But the only reason she'd accepted Tanya was that both of them were looking for their missing child. In Tanya, she had found someone who she could relate to. Nora ignored Queenie's remark again and continued to drive forward. Then she asked, "Where do you want to go?" Queenie had said all those comments in order to rile Nora up and get her to leave. But Nora had clearly already made up her mind. Queenie knew her well. She knew that Nora had always been someone who knew what she was doing. Queenie took a deep breath and warned, "Nora, not only do we have to be wary of Barbarian attacking us along the way, but we also have to be on guard against the mysterious organization. Do you know that the mysterious organization has never trusted me? They want me to give them the serums in exchange for my family. But the truth is that they are going to try snatching them from me the whole way there. I know that you'll have to face the mysterious organization sooner or later, but please, listen to me. There's no need for you to put yourself in danger for my sake." She looked away before adding, "I'm not worth it." "You're not the one who decides whether you're worth it or not. I'm the one who does." Nora couldn't bear hearing her say such things. Her eyes were fixed in front of her as she stated, "Aunt Queenie, I've told you. I'm taking you home, safely." As she spoke, she put Black Cat's mask back on with one hand and added, "I know you're worried that they will think this is a trap if I'm with you, but you don't have to worry, because it is not Nora Smith who is here with you. It's plain old Black Cat." After saying that, Nora snatched the wine glass out of Queenie's hand and put it aside. "That's enough drinking. Don't drink any more." Queenie was about to argue when she saw Nora smiling. "And you haven't slept properly since you left home yesterday. Please have a good rest. Don't worry, I'm here." As Queenie looked at the stubborn woman, she glanced at the wine glass she had put away and then broke into a frown. She was about to snatch it back when she heard Nora speak again. "If you don't do as I say, I will throw your wine out the window." Queenie shut her mouth and closed her eyes in a huff. The car fell silent at last. When Queenie's eyes opened, she spied a tiny smile flash across Nora's lips. Queenie scoffed. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." As she drove, Nora reached over, took a quilt from the back seat, and tossed it to her. "Here, use this." Queenie blinked in surprise. She asked, "Where did you get the quilt from?" "I put it in the back when I first got in the car." What else had Nora brought into the car while she wasn't looking? Queenie closed her eyes again. She fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. 5 hours later, it was noon. When Queenie slowly opened her eyes, she found that the car had arrived at a toll booth. Ahead of them, someone was checking the people in the car up front. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, shining on Queenie and warming her up. Queenie was in a daze. She even forgot where she was and what she was doing. How long had it been since she had slept so well? While she was staring ahead of her, Nora whipped her head towards her and whispered into the Bluetooth headset she was wearing, "Alert!" Queenie's mind cleared up in an instant. She looked ahead and saw the people in the toll booth walking toward them with a savage look in their eyes. Something was wrong with those people, and they were coming right towards them. Nora looked straight ahead. As a hitman, she had a sixth sense. The dangerous people approaching the car had to be mercenaries. As she observed what was happening in front, she turned her head to see Queenie, who wasn't a fighter at all, narrowing her eyes. She was nervous and was clenching her fingers and holding them at her waist. This was a person's natural reaction when they encountered danger. Nora withdrew her gaze, a dull glint flashing across her almond-shaped eyes. "Get out of the car, this is a checkpoint." The people outside knocked on the window and shouted fiercely. Nora made an okay hand gesture. She pretended to roll down the window, but then she suddenly started the car and stepped on the gas pedal. As the revving of the engine rang out, the car lunged forward. It knocked away the 3 people standing in front who were blocking their way. "Damn it, go after them! Don't let them get away!" The people behind them whipped out their pistols. As they were about to fire at their tires, the car suddenly stopped at the front with a loud screech. It made a turn and stopped at the expressway exit in front. With one hand on the steering wheel, Nora looked at them with a smile and remarked, "There is no escape now." When she heard her remark, Queenie realized that the expressway they were on was very narrow and that the assailants' cars were nearby at the other end of the toll station. If they wanted to get in their cars and escape, they would have to break through the toll gate. But Nora had blocked the way with the car. When Nora had started the car and knocked away the people, she hadn't been trying to escape. She was trying to prevent these people from escaping. Why? Queenie couldn't understand it. Queenie's lip corners spasmed. Nora sure was brazen. Including the fourth person in the car behind them, they had 5 people on their side. Queenie was a delicate woman who couldn't do anything rough. It was up to them and Nora to take care of the dangerous situation. The people who were trying to attack them had more than 20 people on their side, though. As Queenie was thinking about it, she saw Nora open the door on the driver's side. She kicked the military boots she was wearing against the ground and then rolled up her sleeves. In an indifferent voice, she declared, "You have been surrounded. Surrender your weapons and your lives will be spared." "Thank you." Queenie's mouth fell open in shock. She couldn't believe how tough and commanding Nora was. The other party looked at each other and laughed. They were stunned when they heard her. They looked behind them, where they confirmed that only 4 people had gotten out of the second car. As for their car, only 1 person had gotten out. So the 4 people at the back and 1 person in front had surrounded more than 20 of them? What a joke. Their leader recovered. He ordered, "Go. Except for Queenie, leave no one else here alive." After he spoke, 10 people walked towards the car behind them, while the other dozen soldiers approached Queenie. The rest of the soldiers took aim at Nora. As they were about to shoot, Nora did a tuck and roll on the spot and avoided their attack. With the tuck and roll, she came right up to them. She threw a punch at the leader of the pack. The man's jaw was dislocated at once and he was thrown backwards. The person next to him tried to lift his gun. With a sideways turn from Nora, the bullet missed her, hitting the hitman behind her in between his eyebrows. Seeing this, their boss, who had been knocked away, shouted, "No, don't use your guns, but beat up that woman instead." He couldn't speak clearly anymore. In close combat, guns were dangerous. But Nora was nimble and physically strong. She gave everyone a kick each as they fought at close range. Before they could even put away their guns and take out their daggers, she had already taken them out one by one. The 4 people at the back wanted to help Nora out after they finished taking out the other 10 opponents who had charged over. But when they looked over, they saw all of them collapsed on the ground. They were all bruised and battered, kneeling and begging for mercy. Black Cat had gone on a rampage. Nora, whose physique was thin and frail, had a black cat mask on her face. The woman dressed in a camouflage outfit held a submachine gun that she had stolen from the enemy. She pointed the muzzle at the people on the ground and demanded in a sassy voice, "Tell me who sent you." The people on the ground kept quiet. All of them were professional mercenaries, so they weren't allowed to reveal their employer. They had only taken the job for money, and because of that, they might not even know their employer's true identity themselves. Nora pressed the muzzle against the leader's chin and jabbed him with it. She growled, "You best think this through. Will you talk or not?" The leader looked at the woman in front of him. He sneered, "I will never say anything even if you kill me. We're all people with professional ethics." "Is that so?" Nora countered. She grabbed the leader by the collar and brought him straight into the lounge next to the toll booth. When they entered, Nora saw the staff members who were working there all tied up and left by themselves inside. Nora untied them and asked, "Can I borrow this room for a while?" Everyone stared, but then they started to nod. Yes, of course," they stuttered. The mercenaries who had tied them up were awful and fierce. Yet the man didn't dare to make a peep in front of the woman right now. How could the staff members possibly dare to refuse her request? As a result, everyone went out the door obediently. The door closed. The staff heard Nora's low voice coming from the room. "Now will you talk?" The leader was defiant. "No." After a series of crashes and thumps came from the room, the leader started to weep and cry. "I'll talk." The woman was terrifying. Her torture methods were so cruel that they were inhumane. Was there anything these mercenaries hadn't seen? Yet he had been beaten into talking. The sniveling leader cried, "It's an organization that calls themselves the Mysterious Organization. They gave me money. They wanted me to kidnap that woman named Queenie and take her to them." The Mysterious Organization. Nora clapped her hands together. "I thought so." "Then why did you bother asking me about it?" the leader hissed. Nora raised her arms as if she was going to hit him again, and he flinched. She laughed and exited the lounge. When she was outside, she saw Queenie with a frown on her face. She walked over and found that Queenie's cell phone was ringing. Queenie was looking at it. She didn't recognize the string of numbers, but Nora found it familiar. She raised her brows. "Answer it, Aunt Queenie." Queenie picked up the call, and Truman's voice came from the other end. "Ha! I know you've taken out the people I sent. I'm going to give you an address now. Go there with the V16. I will send someone to pick you up." Truman added, "You are not allowed to contact Nora. If you do, I won't mind sending you a gift while I wait. For example, how does your sister's hand sound? If I'm not wrong, she has beautiful hands." Queenie balled up her fists. "I will do as you say. Don't do anything stupid." Truman cackled. "No problem." After he gave her the address, he hung up. Nora was about to get in the car when her cell phone rang. When she took it out and looked at it, she saw that Truman was calling her. Nora glanced at Queenie and then answered the phone. She heard Truman's deep laughter. "How do you feel now? I told you to watch out for Queenie, didn't I? So both of the V16s are gone now, right? Do you still want to save Xander? My offer still stands. If you accept me as your master, I'll consider giving you one of the V16s. Nora gritted her teeth. The corners of her lips spasmed and she hung up. Then she looked at the mercenaries' leader and ordered, "You, tie them up." As a result, when Brenda led the SWAT team to them over half an hour later, they saw the staff members standing outside shaking like leaves. All the mercenaries had been tied up, and they were all squatted on the floor in the room. When Brenda arrived, the staff members felt like they had met their savior. Brenda found their leader and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" The leader, who was in tears, replied, "We accepted a job to kidnap Queenie Schmidt, but a woman wearing a black mask beat us up and then trapped us in here. A man also came after her and beat us up again." He had even lost a few teeth. Brenda was surprised by what he said. She asked, "Are you saying that in addition to Queenie Schmidt's bodyguards, another man had come? Who was he?" The leader continued to cry as he replied,
I don't know. He asked me where Queenie Schmidt and the others had gone. I didn't know where they went, so he beat me up.
The leader was furious because he really didn't know the answer. Brenda broke into a frown. She was aware that Queenie had stolen the V16 and run away with it, because the incident had caused a huge uproar in the underworld. But the people in the underworld didn't know that it was the V16 that she had stolen. They only knew that it was something valuable. But Brenda was smart enough to realize that she must have stolen the V16. Since she had looked for mercenaries on the black market to protect and escort her, Barbarian would definitely know about it too. Barbarian would definitely come for her. So Brenda immediately led her men on a search for Queenie in the city. They didn't have any information, but someone had made a police report about an armed conflict involving multiple parties at the expressway tollgate. When she received the news, she realized what was going on and hurried over. But the problem was, who was the man who had shown up after Queenie and whoever was with her left and interrogated the mercenaries' leader? Was it Barbarian? Could Barbarian be catching up to Queenie already? At the thought, Brenda took her elite troops and chased after him. The leader was stunned.
Wait, you're not taking us with you?
The leader did not want to be tortured anymore. If someone came over, they might get tortured again. It was the same for the second person and for Brenda. When she first saw the leader, she decided to beat him up without letting him speak first. Why didn't she ask him if he would confess first? Being captured and imprisoned was better than being here. Brenda shrugged. You're not under our jurisdiction. Someone will come and arrest you later. The leader sighed and hung his head in defeat. The group of people were left tied and gagged as Brenda left with her team. They squatted in the small room and waited for an entire hour before the local police arrived. When the police officer saw them, he punched and kicked them again.
Behave.
The leader groaned. We are. Somewhere far away, Nora was driving. But she was not driving fast. Queenie did not urge her to speed up either. The two of them drove at a leisurely speed on the highway and looked at the scenery on both sides. Then Queenie's alcoholism kicked in again. She took out a wine glass and was about to secretly pour some when Nora reached out and snatched it back. Stop drinking. Queenie looked at the wine bottle eagerly and smacked her lips. So what if I drink some? You didn't nag me at all in the past. Why now? After finding out that I'm a traitor, you're starting to torture me. Nora shook her head and said helplessly, You didn't have cancer in the past. Queenie was taken aback. She smiled again. Don't tell me you're planning to treat me. I don't know of any medicine that can treat cancer. Don't waste your energy. If I don't try, how would I know? Nora replied. She placed the bottle on her side and out of Queenie's reach. She grabbed the steering wheel again and looked ahead. Then she asked, Aunt Queenie, what do you want to eat? Queenie narrowed her eyes. You've changed the topic very quickly. But then she gave in. I want to eat pasta. Okay, let's go. Nora stopped the car at the next rest area on the highway. The two of them entered a restaurant. As Nora entered, she looked at the menu on the wall. This was Switzerland, so it was rare to see a restaurant in the resting area. But the dishes overseas had improved. Most of them were pastries, but there were some exotic condiments available. But there wasn't any pasta. Looking at those dishes, Nora lost her appetite. She did not like desserts. As she was thinking, she saw Queenie taking out a thick stack of money and throwing it at the boss. Let me use your kitchen. The boss looked at the stack of money and his eyes lit up.
Okay, sure, you can go in.
Nora followed behind Queenie and entered the kitchen. Queenie rolled up her sleeves and found some flour. A little while later, They had 2 bowls of handmade pasta. Nora's eyes lit up when she saw the steaming hot pasta. Ever since she came to Switzerland, she had rarely eaten pasta. She picked up a spoon and was about to eat, but then her hand was hit by Queenie. "What's the hurry? You need a fork." Nora kept staring at the pasta. She had no idea how hungry she was. "There are no forks here." Before she finished speaking, she saw Queenie rummage through her small bag. She found 2 forks and handed one to her. Nora took the fork and was about to eat when she was stopped again. Nora whined, "What is it now?" "You have to add some pepper flakes and parsley to the pasta." Nora looked around. "Where are they?" Queenie lowered her head again and rummaged through her small bag. She took out a small bottle of pepper flakes and found some chopped parsley nearby. Nora smirked. Her aunt had everything in that bag of hers, even ingredients for pasta. Queenie shook her hand and added some into both bowls. The smell of fresh herbs made her taste buds bloom. Nora did not touch her fork but looked at Queenie. "Can I eat now?" Queenie nodded, proud of her creation. "Yes." Nora breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. But then something caught her eye. Queenie took a bite first. It tasted very good. She looked up and saw Nora putting down her fork. Queenie asked, "What's wrong?" Nora shook her head calmly. "Later. I have to deal with someone first." Nora walked over to the counter of the restaurant. There, a man was sitting with his back to them. The man was wearing ordinary clothes and a cap. Nora came up behind him and muttered in his ear, "You followed us all the way. Do you want to get a bowl of handmade pasta too?" As she said this, she pressed her hand down on his shoulder in order to intimidate him. Who was this person? Was he sent by the mysterious organization? The man's body froze up as soon as Nora pressed down on his shoulders. After hearing her words, he could only slowly turn around and smile. "Hi, Athena. Long time no see." The man's familiar face was as white as a ghost. His thin figure was wearing a black shirt, and he looked clean. He was Solo. Nora had not seen him in a long time. Nora smiled. "Yes, long time no see." Seeing her like this, Solo asked, "Wait, when did you realize I was following you?" "From the moment you caught up with us." Solo hung his head in shame. Nora sighed. "You were driving too slow. You're so stupid." She had to drive slowly too. Otherwise, she was afraid that he would have lost her. Solo couldn't help but grin. "I knew it was too easy to tail you. I should have known something was up." Nora had always been very fierce when driving, but she drove slowly while he was following her and was even admiring the scenery. That's why she was taking her time. Solo scratched his head. Nora turned around and returned to the table beside Queenie. Solo followed her over. "Athena, can you do me a favor?" Nora picked up her fork again and took a bite. Then she looked at Queenie. Delicious. Queenie was already eating. She nodded. "Your mother taught me this recipe." Nora was taken aback. After taking 2 bites, she realized that there was an egg under the pasta. She took another bite and heard Queenie say, "I grew up in the mysterious organization. No one ever taught me how to cook. Your mother taught me back then, saying that I should cook for her children in the future." She lowered her eyes. "But after your mother's death, I never made it again. But this pasta tastes delicious. By the way, your mother asked me to pass you a message." "What is it?" Nora asked. She looked at Nora. "Remember the taste of this bowl of pasta. This is Mum's smell. Her mother's smell." Nora lowered her head and looked at the pasta on the plate. All of a sudden, she felt that the simple pasta dish smelled much better and was one of the most delicious things she had ever eaten. Solo was anxious as he watched the two of them eat. "Athena, did you hear me? Can you do me a favour?" Nora continued to ignore him and focused on finishing the bowl. Then she looked up at him. "No, I can't." Solo started to beg. "But I haven't said anything yet and you're already saying no. Do you know what I want you to help me with?" Nora shrugged. "No, but I know that I can't help you." With that, she looked at the time. "Brenda and the others have almost caught up with us. Wait for them here." She and Queenie stood up. The two of them walked out. When they reached the door, Solo asked, "Athena, can you really bear to see Brenny and I love each other but not be able to get together?" Nora paused. Solo lowered his head, looking like an abandoned child with a pitiful look on his face. "I've been thinking about it for a long time. Yes, I caused the death of Brenny's comrade. I'm not the mastermind, but I know the only way they can forgive me is if I catch or kill Barbarian myself. I'll avenge her comrade." He rushed over to Nora. "Please take me along. I know that Barbarian will definitely come back to look for you." Nora glanced at him a few times and sighed. "You're too weak." "I know I can't compare to you in martial arts, and I can't compare to you in terms of hacking, but take me with you. Who knows what use I might have?" Solo's eyes turned red. "At the very least, I'm not afraid of death. I can risk my life." This was why Nora would not bring him along. Solo was determined to take revenge. If he was with Brenda, he would act recklessly if he saw Barbarian. If Nora could not beat him, she could still grab Queenie and run. But if she brought Solo, he would lose his life in vain. Nora shook her head. She was about to speak when Queenie piped up. "Bring him along." These words stunned Nora. Queenie sighed. "There are too many lovers in this world separated by life and death. Sometimes, death is more of a relief than being apart." Nora broke into a frown. She disagreed with Queenie's statement. Life should matter more than anything else. Even if Solo came along with them to capture Barbarian, someone like him wouldn't be of any use at all. If she brought him along, he would really just be throwing his life away. Nora retorted, "As if you've ever been in love." Queenie gave her a smack on the head. Nora was taken aback. Queenie hadn't put a lot of force into the smack. Nora clearly could have dodged it, but she didn't. Queenie looked at her hand and suddenly broke into a grin. She said, "This is for your mum. Your mum once asked, 'Is there any child who has never been disciplined by their parents?' and told me to smack you once on her behalf. Now that I have, even if I drop dead, I'll have something to say when I meet your mother in the next life." Nora was bothered by that. She felt that Queenie was doing it on purpose, deliberately using her mother's identity to take advantage of her, but she didn't have any proof. Queenie then asked, "Who says I've never been in love?" Nora asked curiously, "You have? With whom?" "Huh. Who says being in love must always involve another person?" When Solo saw that Nora did not refuse his request, he started following behind the two of them obediently. When he heard Queenie's response, he immediately remarked in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be such a narcissist, Madam Schmidt. Are you actually in love with yourself?" Queenie rolled her eyes. He didn't get it. The trio got into the car and returned to the highway. Nora asked, "Who were you secretly in love with? Does he know?" If she wasn't dating someone, then there was only one explanation: unrequited love. Nora was really curious about Queenie's romantic history. Queenie smiled. "He doesn't, but there's also a chance that he does. By then, Solo had also realized what she meant. He asked, "Didn't you confess?" "No, I didn't," Queenie said. "If I do, I'm afraid that we won't even be friends anymore." Solo was confused. Why wouldn't they be friends anymore? Then he realized something. The person you're in love with must be your best friend's husband, right? Queenie raised her eyebrows but did not deny it. Solo said with great respect, "There are so many women who steal their best friends' husbands, but for your best friend's sake, you've actually suppressed your feelings. That's really admirable of you." Nora's mind, though, was already starting to wander. Queenie was a loner. She made friends everywhere when she was doing business, but Nora had been with her all this time during the past 5 years. She hadn't seen any friend of hers that could be considered close. In the midst of Nora's curiosity, Queenie said, "Someone is coming after us again." Her words interrupted the trio's conversation. Solo hurriedly pressed himself against the backseat window and looked behind him. "Where are they?" Nora also looked back through the rearview mirror. The people in the car following them at the back were allies. There were about 4 mercenaries in there. Behind them were a few other cars that all seemed normal. There was only one car behaving abnormally. It moved at a moderate speed and followed after the few of them. When Nora deliberately sped up, their ally's vehicle followed suit and caught up to them. So did the other car. When Nora slowed down, their ally's vehicle followed suit again and slowed down, while the black car also reduced its speed. That was the telltale sign that the car was tailing them. The strange thing about them, though, was that even when Nora slowed down, they showed no intention to overtake or stop them. "Black Cat, we have confirmed that there is only one person in the car tailing us." One of Nora's subordinates conveyed the message to her through her Bluetooth headset. Nora frowned. Why was there someone following them again? When Solo was tailing them, she had deliberately stopped for a meal to catch him. So who was this guy? If it were Barbarian, he would definitely find a way to intercept them for the V-16. After all, by the time they reached the agreed-upon meeting spot, the mysterious organization would have people lying in ambush there, so it wouldn't be convenient for Barbarian to rob them of the V-16. But if it was the mysterious organization, they definitely wouldn't send just one person. By sending only one person to fight against the 5 of them, were they courting death? Nora took a deep breath. She suddenly stopped the car in the emergency lane and spoke into the headset. "You guys keep going." Their cars didn't stop, slowing down and moving ahead of them instead. The car following the 2 cars braked instantly and stopped on the road a short distance away. As the stop was too sudden, the car behind it almost ran into it. The driver hurriedly turned the steering wheel and went around the car from the next lane. He rolled down the window and broke into a rant. He flipped the other driver the middle finger, expressing his extreme rage. The sudden stop from the other car made it clear. She could clearly feel the person inside the car hesitating. In the end, they drove over in resignation. The door opened, and a familiar figure stepped out. The man hadn't fully recovered from his injuries yet, and even the bruises on his face hadn't yet faded. He limped a little when he walked, but this didn't affect his elegant demeanor. He gave the glasses he was wearing a push. With a bit of a wary look on his face, he slowly said, "You've discovered me." The man turned out to be Caleb Gray. Nora frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back to stand behind Queenie. Her identity as Black Cat hadn't yet been publicly revealed. Though Caleb was an ally, one fewer person being aware would still mean a lower risk of exposure. Queenie, who understood Nora's intention to hide herself, immediately asked, "Who are you?" At the question, Caleb stayed silent for a long while. A moment later, he sighed and replied,
I'm Caleb. I wonder if Nora has ever mentioned my name to you.
He deliberately brought up Nora to create a sense of familiarity between the two. Queenie subconsciously glanced at Nora. Nora had never mentioned the man before. However, she quickly realized that she shouldn't look towards Nora, so she hurriedly retracted it. She lowered her gaze and replied dispassionately, Yeah, she has.
Really?
Caleb's eyes lit up, and a touch of a smile appeared on his mild countenance. He asked,
What did she say about me?
Queenie stammered. The corners of Queenie's mouth spasmed a little. She thought, this is clearly yet another person who has fallen prey to Nora's charms. She changed the subject and asked, What are you doing here? At the question, a troubled look appeared on Caleb's face. After a moment of hesitation, he nevertheless said,
I am from the mysterious organization. Aren't you handing over the V-16 to the mysterious organization today? Truman told me to follow you until you go through with it.
Queenie narrowed her eyes. She didn't like anyone from the mysterious organization. She let out a scornful laugh and said, So your feelings for Nora must also be fake.
No, it's not.
Caleb wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to. In the end, he heaved a small sigh and instead said,
Never mind, let's just go.
After speaking, he returned to his car. Queenie looked at Nora. Nora stood where she was in contemplation. A minute later, the cell phone in her pocket beeped. She lowered her head and picked it up. When she glanced at it, she found that it was a message from Morris in the United States. Caleb just tipped us off about the location of Queenie's deal with the mysterious organization. We have already deployed people to intercept them. Although Caleb worked for Truman, Morris from the Special Department had convinced him to defect a long time ago. He was currently their spy in the mysterious organization. Truman trusted him, so he'd gotten him to carry out the deal. Informing Morris about it meant that Caleb was still performing his duty as their spy. But to be honest, neither Morris nor Brenda trusted him very much. After all, Caleb had worked for Truman for so many years. If he hadn't been arrested this other time, he probably wouldn't have betrayed Truman. One could consider this incident a test of his loyalty. Nora put away her cell phone and then nodded to Queenie to indicate that he was credible enough. Only then did Nora return to the car. Just as she was about to drive off, someone knocked on the rear window. The trio in the car turned their heads to see Caleb standing at the side. He said,
Let me ride along with you. I have something to say to Madame Schmidt.
When Nora glanced at the side, she found that the man had parked his car in the emergency lane. He still limped when he walked, showing that his injuries hadn't completely healed yet. It was very dangerous for him to drive in this condition. Nora pressed the car lock button. Caleb opened the rear door and sat in the back seat. Solo shifted inwards a little. The two had never met, so they didn't know each other. But Caleb assumed he was Queenie's bodyguard, so he didn't say much to him. The group resumed their journey. Soon, they caught up with the car of bodyguards that was driving slowly ahead, waiting for them. The two cars drove side by side, protecting each other. Nora was in a constant state of vigilance about their surroundings. News of Queenie stealing the V-16 to hand them over to the mysterious organization had already been out for a very long time. There was no doubt that Barbarian had caught wind of the news. He would definitely come after them. While they were moving along, Caleb suddenly said,
Madame Schmidt, you have always treated Nora very well. Aren't you afraid that she would be saddened by your betrayal?
Queenie couldn't believe Caleb was asking this directly in front of Nora. She glanced at Nora and then withdrew her gaze. In an impassive and somewhat chilly voice, she replied, "I was a member of the mysterious organization from the start. I was just hiding by her side, that's all. There is nothing to be sad about." Caleb frowned.
Nobody's a saint. How can anyone possibly be that heartless? Even a cold, hard stone would be warmed after 5 years in one's bosom. Besides, I've heard Nora mention before that she admires you very much. Deep down, she sees you as her mother.
When Queenie heard this, she didn't look at anyone around her. She even turned her head away slightly and looked out the window as she said, "Really? Then she sure has misjudged me. What about you, though? Does she know you're a member of the mysterious organization?" Caleb fell silent at once.
She knows. I've never lied to her. Madam Schmidt, are you really going to hand over the V16? Why won't you leave one for Xander? You should know that he needs the serum very much. If you leave him one, Nora might not hate you as much.
Nora listened to their conversation as she drove. Was Caleb planning to persuade her aunt for her? It was probably going to be a waste of time, though. Queenie kept her gaze fixed in the distance. She said, "My master's message to me is that he wants both the serums. Why would I bring only one?" She sneered and looked back at Caleb. "Do you believe me when I say that if you continue any further, I'll relay our conversation to my master?" Caleb shut up. But after a moment of silence, he spoke again.
You are wary of me, but you didn't relay the conversation to them immediately. This shows that you do have feelings for Nora. So why bother doing this?
Queenie sneered and said, "I don't know who you are, nor do I know whose side you are on, but I am going to tell you this. Don't waste your breath. I'm not going to betray the mysterious organization. My family is still in their hands." Caleb became anxious when he heard this. He said,
I can help you rescue your family.
But before he could finish, Queenie scoffed and said, "You? Who do you think you are? Are you Truman? Are you very powerful? If you could rescue my family, why would you be the mysterious organization's lackey? I told you, if you spout any more nonsense, I will tell my master what you said. You should know very well what your outcome would be when that happens." Caleb fell silent. After a while, he sighed. It was at this moment that Queenie's cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and then answered the call, putting the phone on speaker.
Hello?
"Aha, you should have met my subordinate by now, right?" Queenie glanced at Caleb and replied, "Yes." "Okay, hand the V16 to Caleb now. He will guard the V16 the whole way there." As soon as he said that, Queenie's pupils shrank. Nora frowned. Through the rear-view mirror, she looked at Caleb, who was sitting in the back seat. His eyes were widened. He seemed awfully surprised, but a brief moment later he thought of something and heaved a silent sigh. Truman trusted Caleb very much all along. This must also put Caleb under a lot of pressure, right? He had betrayed his best friend, who was also someone he had grown up with. Nora did not say anything. Caleb, however, suddenly thought of something. He clenched his fists and suddenly said, "Give me the V16. Queenie didn't want to. She said, "Why should I? What if the mysterious organization doesn't free my parents and sister after you take the V16? On the phone, Truman sneered and said, "Do you believe me when I say that I will kill your parents and younger sister immediately if you don't give it to him?" Queenie instantly fell silent. Caleb picked up his cell phone and secretly sent a text message to someone. Nora's phone vibrated. With her back to Caleb, she secretly took out her cell phone, where she saw that Caleb had sent the message to her. It read, "I am with Queenie right now. Black Cat is protecting her, along with a few other bodyguards at the moment. Black Cat is very strong, but I am trying to get my hands on the V16. If I can trick Queenie, I will find a way to get out of the car after I get the V16. You must be chasing after Queenie right now, right? When the time comes, coordinate with me and take the V16 away." Nora was very surprised. She knew it was odd that Caleb would take the initiative to demand the V16. As it turned out, it was for her sake. She put one hand on the steering wheel and used her other hand to secretly reply to the text message. "I am following you guys nearby. It'd be too obvious if you give me the V16 after getting it. Aren't you afraid that Truman would see through you?" Caleb then replied, "I don't have long to live anymore. If the V16 falls into Truman's hands, it will be very difficult for you to get it back for Xander. We'll just go with this. I will find a way to get the V16. Solo's voice suddenly rang out in the car. "Hey, who are you texting? Is it Truman?" Hearing this, Caleb put his cell phone aside and replied, "No." He looked at Queenie. When he was about to speak, Queenie sneered and said, "If you kill my parents and sister, I will have the car turned around and take the V16 back immediately." Truman was annoyed. He wasn't expecting Queenie to call the bluff. With that, it became a deadlock. Truman kept quiet for a long while. In the end, he just hung up the phone. Caleb sighed and said, "Now that you've made him mad, your family is definitely going to be in for some suffering." Queenie didn't say anything. Caleb then added, "Or how about you give me one of the V16s, and we guard them separately? I can contact Truman immediately and put in a good word for you to ease the tension between you two." Queenie sneered and said, "No, that's not necessary. Suffering a little is still better than dying." She stared straight ahead of her and said, "Your master must have told you to pick me up because he is right there in front, right? After all, it's already time for his injection. To avoid giving rise to potential problems, he must have come in person." Caleb sighed. "I don't know." Right after Caleb spoke, the car stopped abruptly, and the few talking in the car lurched forward. Solo's head even rammed into the seat in front of him. Queenie fared a little better since she had her seatbelt fastened. Caleb reacted very quickly, propping his hands against the seat in front of him to stabilize himself. The three of them looked at Nora in unison. Solo opened his mouth to complain. "Do you know how to drive?" Before the word drive could fully leave his mouth, he noticed the other three all looking ahead of them. Solo also looked over. Only then did he realize that a huge rock was obstructing their way. It occupied both lanes, preventing the car from going forward. On top of the huge rock stood a man. The man was tall and well-built. He wore bulletproof clothing that protected the vital parts of his body, and his whole body brimmed with strength. It was Barbarian. The moment he saw him, Solo's eyes turned red. Both cars stopped. Nora narrowed her eyes and opened the car door to get out. She looked ahead. Barbarian did not wear a mask or a hat this time. It seemed like after his identity was exposed, he no longer felt any need to hide. He had only covered his face in the past because he was afraid that the Queen would see him. Nora was deep in thought when she heard Queenie's voice. "Barbarian, the Queen has been looking for you. Does she know you've come here to stop me today? If she does, how do you think that makes her feel?" These words made Barbarian clench his fists. His gaze became sharp, his eyes filled with hostility and anger. He said slowly,
"I've thought about it a lot these past 2 days."
It was inconvenient for Nora to speak. She was afraid that she would be recognized. It was not that she was afraid of Barbarian recognizing her, but that if the people from the mysterious organization recognized her, Truman would no longer come to the agreed location. They would be unable to capture Truman, and it would affect Queenie's plan. So she remained silent. Queenie leaned against the car and asked, "Oh, please enlighten me." Barbarian said calmly,
"I've killed people for so long, but she never knew about it. This time, she found out only because I was at your house."
Barbarian's eyes gradually turned red. The muscles in his entire body seemed to swell with his anger.
"So, all of this is because of you."
He barked down at her.
"Queenie, if not for what happened with the Queen, I might have only snatched V16 away and let you live. But now you have to die."
He had been moving around the Queen for the past 2 days, wanting to get close to her. When no one was beside the Queen, he darted into her room. He had wanted to explain things to the Queen, although he did not know what he wanted to explain. However, when he entered the room, the Queen suddenly took out a gun from under the pillow and aimed it at him. The Queen's eyes were very cold. It was as if she was looking at an enemy. Barbarian was stunned. He explained,
"It's me."
He felt that it must be because the Queen could not see him in the dark. But the Queen replied coldly,
"I know. I've been waiting for you."
Barbarian was silent for a long time.
"You can't hit me."
His agile body could dodge any bullet.
"I know," the Queen continued, "but this is my decision. I cannot reconcile with a murderer like you. If you're here to kill me, I won't give up easily."
Barbarian was stunned. He did not expect the Queen to think he was going to kill her. How could he kill her? He would give his life to protect her. But at that moment, the Queen's words hit him harder than a bullet. They directly hit his heart. It made his heart wrinkle and ache until it felt stuffy. He realized that he and the Queen could never go back to how it was. The Queen was no longer his princess. Losing the Queen hurt Barbarian so much that he thought there was almost no point in living. But he still wanted the V16 because he wanted to live, even if she was no longer his princess. Even if he could not protect the Queen openly, he wanted to stay by her side for the rest of his life. The Queen did not shoot that night. Barbarian left her room silently. He and the Queen had become like this because of Queenie. It was all because Nora had exposed him. He wanted to kill everyone. With the V16, he would become even more powerful. He could kill these people to take revenge. An aura of killing intent emanated from his body. Queenie frowned and took a step back to hide behind the car. When Solo saw Barbarian, his body trembled. He suppressed the anger and fear in his heart and pushed open the car door. He took out the gun hidden at his waist. His hand was still trembling, but his voice was filled with excitement. "You came at the right time. I'm going to kill you." A gunshot rang out, opening the curtains to the battle. The moment Nora saw Solo attack, she waved her hand and the people around her surrounded them. Today, Barbarian had to die. How could Solo's bullet hit Barbarian? He slithered like a snake and avoided all the bullets coming at him. He rushed to a few mercenaries at an extremely fast speed and nearly put them down.
He looked at Queenie. Is this all your people can do? If it were Nora and Justin, they could still take a few moves from me. But these people are too weak. Queenie, die. He walked toward Queenie. Nora walked out from behind Queenie and stood in front of her. Queenie grabbed her sleeve. You're not his match. Move aside. Nora shook her head. Queenie gritted her teeth and shouted at the surroundings. Aren't you coming out yet? If you don't come out, I'll give the V16 to Barbarian. Nora didn't understand who Queenie was talking to. She frowned and looked at Queenie. Queenie did not look at her and continued to stare at her surroundings as she shouted, I know you're worried about me, so you would definitely get someone to follow me. You won't come to the agreed place, right? Through those words, Nora suddenly realized that Queenie was calling someone from the mysterious organization. Was she shouting at Truman? Nora stopped in her tracks silently and stood beside Queenie. When Barbarian heard Queenie shout, he sneered, Even if you call 50 or 100 people over, so what? With his current physique, was he afraid of a mere 100 people? Taking the general's head among thousands of troops was a simple task for the current Barbarian. The buzzing of a few cars suddenly came from afar. Immediately, 4 to 5 black Land Rovers drove over from all directions. There were dirt roads on both sides of the highway. These off-road vehicles drove valiantly on the dirt roads, stirring up waves of dust. However, they did not care. They rushed straight for Queenie and Barbarian. The cars stopped and surrounded the group of people. Immediately, 6 strong men in black jumped out of each car. The last of the cars, a minivan, quietly drove over. The car door opened and a man in a suit got out. The man was tall and slender. He was wearing a pair of glasses and a top hat. He looked a little European. He came up to the rest of them. He smiled sharply. Queenie, long time no see. This voice. It was Truman. Nora's eyes widened suddenly and she looked at the man. He was wearing a hat and sunglasses. One could not see his looks, but they could see that he was tall and slender. His lips were tilted and curled up slightly, giving him a sinister stature. She had known Truman for so long. He was the most familiar stranger. The two of them had fought for many rounds, but they were still strangers. Nora had never seen Truman. Now Truman had finally appeared. She was even a little excited. There were only 2 people threatening her for snatching the V16. One was Barbarian, and the other was Truman. If she could capture Barbarian and Truman here in one fell swoop, then Xander would be safe in the future. Queenie stared at the man and hesitated for a moment before asking, Truman? The man smiled. Yes, it's me. Queenie sized him up. Truman continued, his strange tone making one's heart turn cold. After being separated for more than 20 years, I thought you had forgotten me and your family. Queenie lowered her eyes. I didn't dare to forget for a moment. Truman chuckled again. Very good. His gaze landed on the metal box in Queenie's hand. This is a V16. Give me the gene serum and I'll get them to let your family go. Queenie did not move and looked at Barbarian. Before you ask for the serum, shouldn't you help me get rid of this person first? Nora's eyes narrowed at once. Was she asking Barbarian to fight Truman for her? Queenie's idea was not bad. Barbarian was very difficult to fight. The dozens of guards brought by Truman were definitely not so simply defeated. If they dealt with Barbarian, both sides would be injured at the least.
Nora and the others could then easily detain all these people when Brenda and her team arrive on the scene. Nora looked at Queenie with shining eyes. Truman was wearing sunglasses, so the change in his eyes could not be seen. But the smile on his lips became even more brilliant. He turned to look at Barbarian. Barbarian took a step back warily. After running from the mysterious organization for so many years, Barbarian hated and feared the mysterious organization from the bottom of his heart. It was like the shadow of his childhood. Even if he had become stronger, he would always be a little afraid. Barbarian raised his fists in Truman's direction. Just as he was being vigilant, Truman suddenly said, "I don't have any ill intentions towards you." With that, Truman smiled. "Back then, only 5 people survived the gene-changing experiments. You're 1/5 of that entire populace. How could I really kill you? Your existence is the meaning of the mysterious organization's existence. At the very least, your existence can let humans see how powerful genetic modification can be. You're the spokesperson for the mysterious organization's external image." When Truman said this, their expressions changed drastically. He was right. Until now, even though she knew that the mysterious organization was very powerful and not to be trifled with, Nora was still most wary of Barbarian. After all, the work of the mysterious organization was mostly unsuccessful. But Nora had faced Barbarian's power firsthand. Barbarian's genetic modification was more apparent than any intelligence or longevity gene modification. Barbarian was like a tall mountain standing in front of her domineeringly. It made her truly realize how imperfect human genes were and how powerful human bodies could become with perfected human genes. No one could compare to Barbarian's strength. Even if she and Justin worked together, they could not fight equally with him. She and Justin were just normal people in this aspect, but Barbarian had already become extraordinary. Barbarian's genetic improvement was the most obvious and apparent. Queenie immediately looked at Truman. "What do you mean?" Truman smiled. "Why do you think I asked you for 2 gene serums?" Queenie looked at Barbarian in surprise. "You want to give it to him?" "Yes," Truman said slowly. "The mysterious organization has been buried for so long and has silently contributed so much to human society. It has to be made public. We can't hide underground forever and be rats hated by everyone, right?" Queenie clenched her fists. "But you don't have the V16. Truman said casually, "It's enough to condense all the excitement of life into 30 years. Why do you want to live so long?" Queenie found it ridiculous. "You're improving your lifespan genes." Of course. The mysterious organization has to have a witness. I want to see my mysterious organization becomes the largest organization in the world. Of course, I have to live well. As for Barbarian, he can be my right-hand man. He will also be the spokesperson of the mysterious organization. Otherwise, won't I be lonely for the rest of my life?" After improving his genes, his lifespan would naturally increase. Although he did not know how long Barbarian could live, Truman had painted a tantalizing image of their future together. Barbarian was simple-minded. When he heard this, his guard against Truman dropped a little. There was even excitement in his eyes. If the mysterious organization was really made public and was accepted, could the people he had killed in the past be ignored? Could he return to the Queen again? Barbarian had made up his mind. Barbarian said, "Okay, I'll cooperate with you." As long as he could return to the Queen's side and protect her, so what if he has to work with the organization that he used to hate? He would do it if he had to. After the two sides reached an agreement, the threat to Queenie and Nora instantly became greater. Queenie's eyes became sharp. She looked ahead silently. Truman said, "Since I've already reached an agreement with Barbarian and now have his support, Queenie, the deal will be held here." He reached out to Queenie. "Tell your people to stand down and give the serum to me. Then your mission will be completed." Queenie stared at him silently. Nora narrowed her eyes. The phone in her pocket vibrated. She looked down and saw that it was a message from Truman. Nora frowned and glanced at Truman before looking at her phone. She read the message. "I've got 2 gene serums, little servant. I plan to give the other one to Barbarian. Are you sure you don't want to fight for it? If you call me master now and promise to listen to me in the future, I might be able to help you keep one." Nora was surprised. This meant that Truman did not know that she was there at all. The cold mask on her face covered up her mocking lips and eyes. Truman was playing around with Barbarian. From this message, it was obvious that Truman did not plan to give the other gene serum to Barbarian at all. He was clearly using Barbarian. Queenie sneered. "I can give this to you, but let go of my family first." Truman sneered, but he did not flare up. His voice was very calm, and it was sharp and arrogant. "Queenie, you really don't understand the situation. You're the one begging me now. I'm not the one begging you. Hand over the serum, and I'll give your family a chance to live." She took a deep breath. "You." She looked directly at Barbarian. "Barbarian, do you see that? Truman has never been one to keep his word. Do you really believe him when he says he will help you?" When Barbarian heard this, he looked at Truman hesitantly. Truman smiled and said slowly, "Barbarian, she's clearly trying to drive a wedge between us." "Is that so?" Queenie asked. "The 3 of us are bad people. There's animosity between us. Barbarian, do you really believe him so easily? You helped him get the V16. Are you sure he'll give you the other V16? Barbarian was simple-minded and could not think of much logic. Truman sneered. "Queenie, you're really trying to work against me, but soon you'll see you have no choice but to obey. In that case, don't blame me for being rude." With that, he waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately rushed forward. Nora kept blocking in front of Queenie. Just as Truman was about to rush over, the masked mercenaries who had come with Nora also jumped forward. Dozens of people fought 4, but the 4 of them were not at a disadvantage. One especially stood out among them. He was wearing a black mask and had extremely strong arms. He hit Truman so hard that he could not get up for a moment. Truman looked at Barbarian. "Barbarian, if we don't deal with this person, none of us will get the V16. When Barbarian heard this, he jumped into the ring as well. The addition of Barbarian instantly placed pressure on the 4 of them. They quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Nora frowned and was a little anxious. Of course, she had chosen the 4 of them. She had called over all her fellow disciples in the country. However, even when they combined their strength, they were as powerless as children in front of Barbarian. Thud. One of them quickly fell to the ground and his mask was sent flying. It was none other than Quinn School of Martial Arts' senior disciple, Lucas. After he fell to the ground, the other 3 seemed to be unable to withstand it. Nora observed them. It had only been a month since they last met, but Barbarian's skills were now stronger than what she had seen in New York. Since she had guessed that she would encounter Barbarian here, how could she not come prepared? Although Barbarian was powerful, Nora was not someone to be trifled with either. Nora lowered her eyes and slowly walked out from behind Queenie. She reached toward her waist with both hands, pulled out a pair of daggers, and swiftly joined the battle. With her joining in, Barbarian didn't have it that easy anymore, especially when Nora had so much physical strength. She struck at Barbarian with all her might. Barbarian ducked, but Solo rushed up from behind him and shot at him indiscriminately. Barbarian was surprised by the gunfire. Though Solo didn't pose much of a physical threat, his chaotic gunshots surprisingly stopped Barbarian from advancing for a while. Solo was holding a submachine gun. He fired away desperately as he went forward. Nora was also moving forward. Soon she reached Barbarian again. Solo bombarded the area in front of him, making rows and rows of bullet trails in the ground and swirling dust all about. Nora took the opportunity to sneak behind Barbarian and plunged one of her daggers at his heart. Though Barbarian dodged the attack nimbly, he was still stabbed in the arm by Nora. His expression instantly turned savage, and his movements became even more ruthless. Nora was about to attack him when she suddenly heard Queenie cry out in shock. Nora's head whipped behind her to see that someone from the mysterious organization had bypassed them to come up to Queenie, who was dodging the attacks quickly. But how would Queenie possibly be a match for a killer when she wasn't trained in martial arts? Nora hurriedly pulled back, came right up to Queenie, and kicked the man away. However, because she had stabbed Barbarian, it brought out the beast in him. He flew into a rage. Seeing her dashing toward Queenie, he charged right over and threw a punch at Nora's head before she could react. "Look out!" Queenie cried out. But Nora's sixth sense had already detected the approaching danger. She turned her head and evaded Barbarian's punch, but she was still too slow. Barbarian's fist struck her mask. The mask fell. Her visage appeared in front of everyone. Both Barbarian and Truman were a little taken aback to see her. Even Caleb, who was beside the few of them, was stunned. No one had expected Queenie's bodyguard to be Nora. Everyone looked at her in astonishment. Barbarian was the first to react. "It's you. I'm going to kill you." If it wasn't for Nora, the Queen wouldn't have found out about the things he had done. Originally, Queenie was the only one he could kill, but now that Nora had brought herself right to his doorstep, Barbarian's desire to kill soared. Caleb was the second to recover. There was neither sadness nor joy on his face. He merely frowned and said, "Why are you here? It's dangerous, so hurry and get back here." Nora smiled at Caleb, but she was too busy brawling with Barbarian. Truman glared at Queenie. "You actually betrayed us. Have you abandoned your family?" Queenie didn't say anything. Surely she was anxious about her family's well-being, but she still glared at Truman. The other three people came toward them at this point, encircling Barbarian with Nora and attacking him together. This finally eased the pressure on Nora a little. "Kill Queenie Schmidt!" Truman shouted angrily. He'd had enough of her. Another person rushed over to attack Queenie. Nora could only leave Barbarian to the other three and turn back to protect Queenie behind her. When she was about to move, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. Nora's pupils shrank. She wanted to look behind her, but she found herself unable to move. Queenie slowly came up to her side and murmured, "I'm sorry, Nora. I'm sorry, Nora." Queenie's words echoed in Nora's head as she watched Queenie toss the syringe in her hand onto the ground. "This is a muscle relaxer. It will immobilize you for 5 minutes. Everything will be fine in 5 minutes." After speaking, she walked forward. Nora called out to her, "Aunt Queenie." Queenie paused. Nora couldn't move, but she was able to whisper,
Cherry misses you very much." Queenie was taken aback. She didn't expect Nora to say something like that at a time like this. She clenched her fists. She smiled bitterly and choked out the words, "Tell her. Tell her that I'm already dead." Then she strode forward and raised her hands. "Everybody stop." The 3 people that Nora had brought with her would only obey Nora's instructions, so when they heard Queenie, they looked at Nora. Seeing that she wasn't moving, they stopped. Barbarian and Truman's men then came to a stop. Truman looked at Queenie. "Have you finally come to your senses?" Queenie sneered. "Instead of having you take the V16 from me and failing to save my family, I have decided to give it to you now. I'll take a gamble on whether your character is credible or not. And I want to explain that Nora and I are not in this together. I was threatened by her." When Truman heard this, he glanced at Nora and grinned. "Nora, you didn't expect to be betrayed by the person closest to you, did you?" Then he looked back at Queenie and smiled. "At least you know what's good for you." Queenie picked up the V16 and walked towards Truman, only taking a few steps at a time. "Don't blame me for hesitating. After all, our agreement has always been a verbal one. You have never given me any way to guarantee that I won't lose out." Truman nodded and picked up his cell phone. "I can give my men a call and tell them to let your family go right away." Queenie lowered her head and sneered. "Do you think I'm stupid? Even if you let them go, the moment something doesn't go your way, you will capture them again to threaten me. After all, hasn't my family been living under your surveillance all these years? What's the difference between their current state and captivity? They will never be free." Truman raised his eyebrows. "Then what do you want?" Queenie narrowed her eyes at him. "I want freedom, real freedom, and to not be your puppet. I want my family freed from you and your organization once and for all." Then Queenie's voice died down to a whisper. "But I'm too weak. Even if you do promise to leave us alone, what can I do if you go back on your word?" An amused Truman replied, "Yes, so what's the point of you saying all these things? Are the weak even qualified to negotiate with me?" Queenie sighed. She took a few steps toward Truman again. Now she was very close to Truman, and she was a great distance away from Nora. She took off the V16 case that had been hanging across her shoulder the whole time. She looked at it and smiled mockingly. "Will you really give the other V16 to Barbarian?" As soon as she said that, Truman's expression changed greatly. He finally understood now. Queenie was only saying all that useless nonsense in order for Barbarian to realize that he was not qualified to negotiate with him. Once the V16 fell into his hands, it would be impossible for Barbarian to take it from him. This meant he had to act now. Truman abruptly turned his head to see Barbarian kick away the people next to him. He was coming straight for the 2 of them. Truman's pupils shrank and he snatched the V16 case from Queenie. But as he was grabbing the case, because of his genetic modifications, Barbarian quickly caught up to them and grabbed the other end of the case. Barbarian yanked hard at it, but did not manage to pull it over. He didn't expect Truman to have so much physical strength. Barbarian narrowed his eyes. "Are you really going to go back on your word?" Truman narrowed his eyes. "No, I've never thought of going back on it. Let go." "No. Give me one of the serums now." While the 2 of them were arguing, they didn't notice Queenie was taking off the black overcoat she was wearing. She shouted, "Neither of you are going to take the V16 with you." As she spoke,
Truman and Barbarian both turned their heads and looked over at the same time to see that Queenie had planted several mini bombs all over herself. Queenie had been wearing a black overcoat the whole time. No one would have thought that there would be rows of bombs under her clothes. When she took off her coat, Truman and Barbarian's expressions dropped. Both wanted to get away from her as soon as possible. But the V-16 was right here. They couldn't bear to throw the V-16 away. Truman shouted, "Let go!" Barbarian growled, "No, you let go. I can dodge the bombs." Because of their conflict, they missed their chance to escape. "I'd advise you not to move," Queenie yelled, drowning out the two men's voices. "These are bombs that go off instantly. Once I press the switch, the bombs will explode immediately. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to escape." As soon as she said that, people around her started to rush toward her. "Don't move. If you take another step forward, I will detonate the bombs," Queenie shouted. A panicked Truman shouted to his men, "Stay away!" None of the bodyguards dared to take another step forward. Truman looked at Queenie. "Are you sick of living or something?" Queenie sneered. "I've never thought of surviving. Besides, I was always supposed to die in your plan anyway, isn't that right?" The smile at the corners of Truman's lips disappeared, and he roared, "Are you going to abandon your family too?" "My family?" Queenie scoffed again. "They are just the ones who gave birth to me. They have never cared about me. Are they even worthy of being called my family?" Many years ago, she had escaped from the mysterious organization and returned home. But in the end, she was sent back to the organization by her family. This was because her family did not dare to offend the mysterious organization. She had been in the mysterious organization since the day she was born. She had long been abandoned by her so-called family. Truman was stunned. "Didn't you work for the mysterious organization all these years because of your family?" "Is that so?" Queenie was still smiling. "If I didn't make you think that way, do you think I would have been able to live such a peaceful and stable life? Family. There's one person I consider family, and that is Yvette." Caleb finally realized something. "So, you weren't under the mysterious organization's threat at all? The reason why you pretended to be under their control was to kill two birds with one stone?" Queenie didn't answer him, but she turned her head to look back at Nora. Nora stood where she was. She looked at Queenie with her eyes starting to become wet with tears. She called out, "Aunt Queenie!" She knew that Queenie would never betray her. She always knew that. She clenched her fists, trying to break free of the shackles that the tranquilizer had on her. But until it wore off completely, she wasn't able to move. She could only call out, "Aunt Queenie!" "Don't call me by that name." Queenie turned her back to her. "I don't deserve it. I was born as someone covered in darkness. It was your mother who brought me into the light. I've been living on behalf of your mother all these years." She took a deep breath. "Nora, I have lived enough. In fact, I've lived much longer than I thought was possible. You have seen my medical report. I don't have long to live anymore. But before I die, if I can take away these two major threats for you and make sure that you are safe for the rest of your life, then that's enough for me." Truman was furious and started to yell, "Queenie Schmidt, you traitor! Traitor!" After shouting, he yelled at Barbarian again, "Let go!" But Barbarian was stubborn and held on to the thermal insulation case tightly. Running away at this point would mean death. At least there was a chance of survival if he didn't. He would never let go, Barbarian, who wanted to take the V-16, frowned. He thought of attacking Truman. Caleb, who was next to them, suddenly thought of something. He shouted,
"Please don't press the switch. You can't. If you blow them up, the V-16 will be gone. Without the V-16, Xander will die."
But after he shouted, something dawned on him. He had a sudden realization. He gasped,
"The V-16 is fake."
As soon as he uttered the words, Truman and Barbarian realized the same thing. The two released their grip on the case at the same time in order to escape. But Queenie was faster. She cackled. "It's too late. I'm having these two come with me so that Nora won't have anything to worry about anymore. This is the only thing I can do for you as your younger sister, Yvette." Before Truman and Barbarian could escape, she slammed her hand down and pressed the switch. Queenie had a tragic and heroic look on her face. She had a crazy and turbulent life, and life in the mysterious organization was no better than death. If she hadn't been saved by Yvette, she would still be struggling in that hellhole. She thought back to how Yvette had introduced her to everyone in NTT after freeing her from the mysterious organization. How she had given her a new identity and treated her so well. She had brought her along to brew wine and to cook. Yvette had once laughed and said, "In the future, you can make this pasta dish for my daughter and tell her that this is what Mum's love tastes like." She had been cracking a joke at the time. Queenie retorted, "Can't you do it yourself? I would still be recovering after giving birth. How am I supposed to cook?" Yvette teased. Yvette was like the sun. She always had a positive influence on the people around her and put everyone at ease. But Yvette started to make Queenie feel unsettled. After all, she was a spy for the mysterious organization. Yvette had brought her from the mysterious organization. She wasn't supposed to treat her this well. The young girl felt terribly uneasy for a long time. At last, she couldn't help but go to Yvette and confess her identity. What Queenie had thought at the time was, "When she realizes that I am not a good person, she will drive me away." She mentally prepared herself to be thrown back to the mysterious organization. But unexpectedly, Yvette smiled and replied, "I already knew that." Queenie was stunned. Yvette patted her head. "I've known for a long time. What are you thinking so much about it for, though? It wasn't easy for you to escape from that place. Please do whatever makes you happy." Queenie asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Even now, I still don't know what mission the mysterious organization has planned for me. All I know is that they want me to stay by your side." Yvette laughed even more. "That's why I say that the mysterious organization doesn't understand anything. People develop feelings for one another by spending time with each other. Besides, if you weren't threatened by them, would you have been able to escape? It's fine. If there does come a day where you choose to betray me, at least our many years of friendship will still be real." It was a shame that, at the time, Yvette had thought that she had many years to spend with her. Then one day, a troubled Yvette approached Queenie to bid farewell. "I wanted to spend another few years with you so that we could become even closer, but that's not possible anymore. I'm going back to the States." At the time, Queenie had replied without hesitation, "I'll go back to the States with you." "No, you stay here. NTT needs you more." Yvette smiled and added, "It's too dangerous in the States." At that time, she didn't know that Yvette was returning to the States to hide from the mysterious organization. It was only if Yvette returned to the States, successfully set up everything, and prevented the mysterious organization from getting what they wanted, that Queenie and Nora would have any chance of survival. Only then would it give NTT the chance to grow and develop, and only then would they be able to grow up safely. Yvette had used her life to save everyone. Queenie had only been with her for half a year. A year later, she received a call from Yvette. "Hey, kid, I have given birth to a daughter." Queenie was stunned. Yvette added, "I told her that she has an aunt living abroad. You have to help me take care of her, okay?" Yvette had spoken in a very relaxed tone, so it didn't occur to Queenie that she might be dying soon. She only smiled and said, "Of course, Yvette. When are you coming back?" "Coming back?" Yvette chuckled softly. "Kiddo, I can't come back anymore. I'm leaving my child to you." Queenie was stunned. At last, she understood that Yvette was calling to entrust her soon-to-be orphaned child to her. She shouted, "Get back here, Yvette, get back here at once. We can face everything together. If you dare let anything happen to you, I will hand over your daughter to the mysterious organization." "So, you've learned how to threaten people, huh? It's a pity that you won't be able to threaten me anymore. Kiddo, I've never regretted knowing you. Go down your own path from now on." After saying that, before she hung up the phone, Yvette added, "Be happy." And Queenie did lead a very happy life. Every single day she had spent alive during the last 20-odd years had been a bonus. She should have died in the mysterious organization long ago. It was Yvette who had pointed at her when they were in the mysterious organization back then and said, "I like this kid a lot. She's very much to my taste. Give her to me. I'll make her my younger sister." Only then had the mysterious organization let her go. So, how could she possibly betray Yvette? "Yvette, I'm coming to you soon," Queenie thought to herself. She closed her eyes and waited for the bomb to explode. But nothing happened. There was complete silence in the air. She could only hear the sound of Barbarian and Truman throwing themselves onto the ground after they both fled. Queenie was confused. She opened her eyes to see that everybody around her had run away and fled in all directions. Some people had thrown themselves onto the ground and were holding onto their heads. But the bombs on her didn't go off. Queenie looked down and started to try to fix the bombs. She screeched, "What's going on? They should have gone off." Everyone started to look up after they realized the bombs had malfunctioned. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. No one knew what was going on, and they all looked at Queenie. Queenie touched the bombs on her body again. She frowned. Why didn't they go off? Were they duds? She couldn't be that unlucky, right? She had bought the most advanced bombs on the underground market, so how could they be duds? Queenie hesitated. Then she recalled that when she took Nora to the pasta restaurant earlier that day, Nora had kept circling around her while she was making the pasta. She had said that she was helping her with the cooking, but in fact, she had done nothing. Queenie turned back to look at Nora. Her voice quivered as she asked, It's you?" Yes, it was me. 5 minutes had passed. Nora was able to move again. She moved her numb arms and legs and then looked at Queenie. Her eyes were wet with tears as she whispered, "I dismantled all the bombs." Queenie cursed under her breath. I should have known. No wonder she had come after her and said that she wanted to accompany her on the final leg of her life, even after finding out that she had betrayed her. As it turned out, she had seen through her plans. She asked, "When did you realize?" Nora replied, "You've always been vain and are always wearing the color red. When I saw you wearing a black outfit this time, I found it strange. Since you were about to die, You would have dressed yourself up beautifully. Also, it looked like you gained weight. Queenie narrowed her eyes. She had been wearing loose red clothing the whole time to prevent people from seeing what her figure was like. She would only drink wine every day and skipped her meals in order to shave off another few inches off her waist. With the bombs tied to her body and the black clothes, her figure had been highlighted even further. Not only did she not look swollen, but her figure looked bigger. Nora was able to figure out that she had planted bombs on herself because she felt that she had gained weight. How was that possible? Queenie's lip corners spasmed. Nora was about to speak again when Truman and Barbarian both realized that they had been tricked. The two got up furiously. Truman pointed at them. "Nora Smith, the two of you must have a death wish." A death wish? Nora quickly walked up to Queenie to prevent the people around her, who had thrown themselves onto the ground, from rushing over to beat her up. She looked at Truman and snorted, "Is this all you had for a trump card?" Truman was taken aback. "What?" Nora lowered her eyes, the corners of her lips curling upward slightly. Her smile was arrogant and brazen as she declared, "Since you have shown me your trump card, it's time that I show you mine. None of you are getting away today." "Come on out," Nora commanded as she pressed her hand against her ear and whispered to the person on the other end of the communications channel. As soon as she spoke, clouds of dust appeared around the highway and several off-road vehicles started racing toward them. The sight of dozens of cars coming from all directions was spectacular. It was as if there were thousands and thousands of troops all around, raising fear in all of the people around them. Everyone looked at them in shock. The cars stopped and surrounded Truman and Barbarian. One of the car doors opened before the car had even stopped. An old man with a grey beard dressed in a white training outfit jumped out. His clothes were thin, but the old man was not cold at all. Instead, he was in a thundering rage as he complained, "This car went too fast. Nora, don't ever make me ride in that car again in the future." If someone from the United States was here, they would recognize him right away. He was Quinn. A Grand Master of Martial Arts was here. As soon as Quinn spoke, another car door opened and an elegant and refined elderly man got out of it. The elderly man's hair was black and well-groomed. If not for his wrinkles and his calm eyes, it would be impossible for one to tell his age. The moment he got out of the car, he smiled and scoffed. "Quinn, you still haven't done anything about your motion sickness even after so many years. The dignified and powerful Grand Master of the Quinn School of Martial Arts, with extraordinary physical powers, gets motion sickness. I doubt anyone would believe it if they heard it, no?" As soon as Quinn heard him, he straightened his body and retorted, "You devious old scumbag! How dare you laugh at me? What's wrong with having motion sickness? Who made it a rule that the physically fit are not allowed to have motion sickness? My disciple has told me that motion sickness has something to do with the ear. It's too complicated, so I can't explain it to someone as dumb as you are. I bet an old scumbag like you would never understand." The person talking to Quinn was none other than the Grand Master of the Irvin School of Martial Arts, Irvin himself. He was the one who had taught martial arts to Justin. The Quinn and Irvin duo made up the most powerful martial arts force in the world. In order to take out Barbarian and Truman, Nora and Justin, who were determined to take them out in one blow today, had exhausted all their manpower and resources this time. At the sight of the duo, Truman knew at once that he wouldn't be able to escape. His pupils shrank and he shouted, "Nora, you actually managed to get these two here? You sure have invested a lot into this. But so what if you have?
Do you know who the one backing up the mysterious organization is? I'll tell you this. Even those two won't be able to do anything to me."
Nora narrowed her eyes. Oh? So who exactly did the mysterious organization rely on to get to where they are? The British royal family? But the Queen has never supported you.
The royal family is just a cover.
Truman stared hard at Nora.
Do you really think you can fight against the mysterious organization by yourself?
The mysterious organization is King's.
Do you know who King is? He's part of the Imperial League. If you dare to do anything to me, King will hunt you down.
King? Nora was taken aback. While she was thinking, a calm and steady voice reached them.
How come I'm not aware that the Imperial League is the one backing up the mysterious organization?
Following these words, a big and tall man wearing an iconic black mask walked out from behind the crowd. When he appeared, the whole place fell silent. King. He was the real King. He was actually here. Truman did not expect Nora to gain King's support. He widened his eyes and looked at King in disbelief. He shouted,
This is impossible. Mr. King, why would you cooperate with her? Don't you want the gene serum? You have been investing in the mysterious organization all this time. Oh, I get it now. You've become attracted to this woman, right? I don't get it. Why are all of you in love with her? She already has 3 children, and her fiancé is dead because of her. Yes, that's right. Her fiancé was Justin Hunt.
I killed my fiancé. I killed Justin Hunt. Nora couldn't help but scoff and raise her eyebrows. She looked at Justin. There were a lot of people here today. Even though they were all their own men, Justin would not want to expose his identity as king. Therefore, he couldn't take off his mask to slap Truman in the face. But when Truman mentioned Justin Hunt, wasn't he referring to him? So why was Justin clenching his fists? Even the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. As Nora was puzzled, she heard Justin grit his teeth and ask,
2? All of you? Who else is in love with Nora?
Nora slapped her forehead with her hand. Was this really the time to be going over this? The man was missing the entire point of the operation. They should hurry up, catch all of them, and then clean up the mess. That way she could go home to sleep. The corners of Nora's lips spasmed. Then she noticed that Truman had shut up and stopped talking. She gave a wave and ordered, "Go." At her command, the people around them swarmed forward and attacked Truman and Barbarian. Truman had brought dozens of men from the mysterious organization. All of them had taken the gene serum, but they were not as strong as Barbarian, who was already at the V15 stage. They were skilled fighters, but they were no match for the Quinn School of Martial Arts and Irvin School of Martial Arts disciples who had been practicing martial arts since they were children. In order to ensure that they would catch them, Nora had summoned a lot of people this time. As a result, Truman and his goons quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Seeing that his men were quickly being taken out one by one, Truman retreated to where Barbarian was and yelped, "Go! Get me out of here and I'll help you get to the V16. Even though the two had just fought over the V16, they hadn't backed out on each other yet. Besides, if he took Truman out with him, Barbarian would gain his assistance, and he wouldn't be as isolated and helpless as he currently was. So Barbarian agreed to the plan at once. He stepped forward and took out the men walking toward Truman. Not only did Barbarian have immense physical strength, but his movements were nimble. He disrupted the attack from Nora's men with sheer brute force. Along the way, he made an opening so that he could escape with Truman. Barbarian charged forward while Truman followed right behind him. Nora frowned, but before she could say anything, the two Grand Masters of the martial arts circle, Quinn and Irvin, were standing in Barbarian's way. They commanded the nearby disciples who were planning to rush forward again.
Stand back. Let's see what he's made of.
As a result, the battlefield was split into two areas. One was where Truman's men were being crushed by Nora's men. The other was where Quinn, Irvin, Nora, and Justin's showdown with Barbarian was about to take place. Despite facing the four people who were the apex of martial arts, Barbarian was fearless. He looked straight at them and spat. Then he growled, "Which one of you will go first? Or are you going to come at me all at once instead?" If Nora and Justin teamed up, they could fend off Quinn or Irvin, but the duo could not beat Barbarian at all. But in Nora's opinion, the four of them were the best in the range of an ordinary person's martial arts capability. If they still couldn't beat Barbarian, then that meant Barbarian was destined to survive. These were all the trump cards she had. While she was thinking, Quinn took a step forward.
"I will go first."
After he spoke, Quinn drew a line across the ground with his foot. The Quinn School of Martial Arts focused on physical strength. His foot had left a deep mark on the ground. Quinn immediately threw a punch at Barbarian. Quinn's punch was fierce and incredibly powerful. If the punch struck an ordinary person, their bones would break and they would have died. Nora had once taken a full blow from him, and even she had been pushed back several steps. Quinn had been studying martial arts all his life. He poured all of his efforts into learning how to increase his strength, and how to unleash all of his power in one instant. Even though it was such a powerful punch, Barbarian did not try to duck or get away from it. Instead, he stretched out his fist and met Quinn's fist with his own. Their fists collided. Even the air could not escape the impact of their colliding fists. This was what an exchange of blows between experts was like. A single move was enough to determine the outcome of the whole fight. A large boom rang out from the collision, and then Quinn and Barbarian took a couple of steps backward. Barbarian felt a small pain between his forefinger and his thumb, but Quinn was turning pale. He sighed.
"Martial arts are the same as a person's genes. The apex of martial arts is nothing more than the attempt to push the human body's potential to its limit. In a one-on-one fight, I am not as strong as him."
Irvin took a step forward at this time.
"Then let me go next and see for myself whether this newly broken through human limit is stronger than the original."
After speaking, as he was about to step forward, Quinn spat.
"You devious old scumbag. You were making me test that man's skill before you attacked him yourself, huh? You're a wicked man."
Irvin replied,
"The Irvin School of Martial Arts pursues agility and does not use clumsy parameters like physical strength to compete with another."
Without waiting for Quinn to fly into a rage, he moved forward with his arms held up. Irvin's movements were quick, and he was insanely flexible. Barbarian's fist approached him, but before he could touch Irvin's clothes, Irvin had ducked under his arm to go behind him. He then kicked him behind the knee. But Barbarian's knees were hardy and strong. The blow didn't bother him at all. And since Irvin's martial arts focused on agility, he wasn't going to be able to exert much force in the first place. This led to Barbarian feeling like he was taking blows all over his body. Though there wasn't much force in the blows, they were still really annoying. He let out a shout and clenched both of his fists. When Irvin struck him again, Barbarian clamped down on Irvin's leg with his muscles, rendering him unable to break free. Irvin gasped in shock after being caught.
The sight made Quinn, who was watching from the sidelines, burst out laughing. "You stupid old scumbag. I knew it. You're the most dishonest person ever. It's all over now. You're such an embarrassment." Irvin replied, "At least I managed to exchange moves with him, Quinn. Unlike you, who was defeated and won." Barbarian sneered. "These moves of yours were nothing more than tickles to me." Quinn shouted, "You hear that, you old scumbag? You can't compare to me at all." Irvin replied, "It's not that I can't compare to you, Quinn. Rather, it's—" And with that, the two elderly men began to argue, which annoyed Barbarian. He started to scream furiously, "That's enough!" Then Quinn suddenly bent over and swiftly approached him. Irvin grabbed Quinn's arm, allowing Quinn to use him as leverage to spin quickly in the air and deliver a merciless kick to Barbarian's knee. Quinn didn't back off after kicking him. With the help of Irvin, he gave Barbarian's other knee another ruthless kick. He and Irvin fought with each other flawlessly. One was in charge of strength, while the other was in charge of agility. Soon, Barbarian felt like he had been struck 8 times. By the time he recovered, both Quinn and Irvin had retreated and put a distance of 10 steps between themselves and him. "Is that all you have, even after teaming up?" Barbarian scoffed. He had only just uttered the words when his knees suddenly gave way. With a loud thud, Barbarian fell to his knees. At the same time, he lost all the strength in his elbow joints. His shoulders were dislocated. His eyes widened in shock. "No way." Irvin stroked his beard. "With enough willpower, one can achieve the impossible, even if your body has reached the limit of human potential. Quinn and I have spent all our lives trying to break the limit. If we can't break it alone, then that means we just have to team up." In this world, no one could be at the top forever. But if someone was going to be, then it could only be the Quinn and Irvin duo. Barbarian's defeat was set in stone. Barbarian collapsed onto the ground. Irvin smiled. "As expected, you and I are invincible when we team up, Quinn." Quinn replied in a voice full of disdain. "Ha! Don't say that, you old scumbag. Nothing good ever happens any time you pay me a compliment. I will never team up with you ever again." Irvin replied, "Well, we don't need to team up in the future. The future of the Quinn School of Martial Arts and the Irvin School of Martial Arts now lies on the shoulders of the next generation. They are husband and wife, so they can team up." Quinn curled his lips, but when he glanced at Nora and Justin next to him, he didn't say anything. Nora looked at Barbarian and commanded, "Take him away." Upon hearing her, one of her men took a step forward. He was about to tie up Barbarian, who was slumped on the ground, when he suddenly let out a low growl. Then, his dislocated joints started to return to their original positions. Both Quinn and Irvin's expressions changed when they heard the commotion. Irvin frowned and gasped, "He took a drug." As Irvin spoke, Barbarian stood up slowly. His shoulders shifted, and his joints popped back into their original positions, scaring the men walking toward him so much that they stopped in their tracks. Nora frowned. "What kind of drug is it?" Irvin had a look of disdain all over his face. "A drug that's banned in martial arts competitions. The stimulant allows you to push your limits even further within a short period of time, but using it will only give your body endless problems and greatly damages one's health. The use of this drug has become prohibited in martial arts tournaments during the past few years." Nora frowned upon hearing him. She sneered and looked at Barbarian, Barbarian, even if you've gotten back up, do you think you can escape when the two martial arts masters are here? Barbarian stared at her, his left shoulder making a gross crunching sound as it popped back in. Dislocating joints and popping them back in was an extremely painful experience. Barbarian was clearly in so much pain that beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. But his eyes were still sharp and even more ruthless than before. Barbarian replied, "How would I know if I don't try?" After saying this, Barbarian launched an attack. "Go!" Justin, Quinn, and Irvin rushed forward together and surrounded Barbarian. None of them dared to underestimate the enemy. Quinn warned all of them. "Since he has taken the banned drug, his body will break through its limit again, making him so strong that it will be as if he has taken the V16. He's not to be underestimated." Quinn and Irvin had only gotten Barbarian down on his knees because they had launched a surprise attack. But now, with the four of them joining forces, even though Barbarian didn't have the upper hand, the four of them wouldn't be able to take him down quickly. In terms of strength, Barbarian was stronger than Quinn. In terms of speed and agility, he was faster and more nimble than Irvin. For a while, the four of them and Barbarian entered a deadlock. Then Nora heard an exclamation. "Lucas!" She turned her head sharply to see that on the other side, where Truman and the others were surrounded, Truman's men had been defeated one by one, leaving only Truman. Lucas originally planned to take him down, but he did not expect the thin and weak Truman to be as skilled and powerful as he was. He slashed Lucas with a dagger and then ran over to a car. Nora's pupils shrank and she barked at Justin. "Go after him!" Justin nodded and then turned around and went after him. He entered a scuffle with Truman and gained the upper hand. The situation on Justin's side was getting taken care of, but with one less person facing Barbarian, there was now an opening for the upper hand. Barbarian was the strongest man in the world, so he took the opportunity that the tiny opening presented and broke out of the trap. He pushed Nora away in one blow. When Nora was retreating, she fished out a needle and stabbed it into him. Barbarian ignored it completely and raced towards a motorcycle. Before Nora, Quinn, and Irvin could catch up to him, he had already started the motorcycle and sped off. Quinn wanted to go after him, but Nora stopped him and panted, "There's no need to go after him anymore." That silver needle was enough to kill him, she was sure of it. In order to take down Barbarian, she had come fully prepared this time. After she stopped Quinn, she turned to look at Justin. He had captured Truman. Nora narrowed her eyes and started to approach them. Barbarian sped along the road on the motorcycle. His palms were all sweaty. His vision was gradually becoming blurry. He had considered the possibility that he might fail, so he had brought the prohibited drug with him. Once he consumed the drug, he would truly no longer be far from death. For ordinary people, the banned drug would only cause a little irreversible damage to the body and reduce their lifespan. But someone like him would lose even more. He originally had over a month's time left to administer the V16, but because of the stimulation from the banned drug, he only had a few days left now. If he couldn't get the V16 within the next few days, he would die. He gave the throttle a forceful twist. However, sudden pain in his joints instantly racked his body with convulsions. He suddenly fell off the motorcycle. Only then did he realize that the sharp pain at his waist was slowly spreading throughout his body. With trembling hands, he touched his waist to find that there was a silver needle stuck there. He pulled out the needle, but when his fingers touched the needle, the skin there turned black.
Barbarian stared blankly at his darkened skin for a while. Although he was not the brightest bulb in the box, even he understood that he was close to dying. Since that insidious woman had set up an ambush for him here, how could she not have come prepared? There was no doubt that the poison she had made was incurable and took effect extremely quickly. Barbarian knew his body very well. Just by feeling the changes in his body, he could sense that his heart was pounding abnormally fast. So the poison on the needle targeted the heart. He suddenly started to gasp for breath. He struggled to get up, to walk over and pick up the motorcycle on the ground, but he stumbled and fell again. A car passed by on the highway. Upon seeing him in distress, a man got out of his car and asked, "Are you all right? Do you need help?" Barbarian took out a dagger and held it against the man's neck. "You'll take me wherever I tell you." An hour later, the car stopped in front of the largest hotel in Switzerland. Barbarian pushed open the car door and got out of the car in a suit. The man in the car was already dead. He was slumped against the steering wheel with a long, bloody gash across his neck. Barbarian nimbly avoided the security guards, entered the hotel, and went straight upstairs. Upstairs, the Queen was discussing future state policies with other people. At this moment, a siren went off downstairs. When her guards heard the report through their earpieces, one of them shouted, "Alert! A car with a dead body inside has been discovered downstairs. It is highly likely that the murderer is in this building." After the captain of the guards spoke, the door was suddenly pushed open. Barbarian appeared there against the light. The Queen stared at Barbarian. She stood up abruptly. She shouted, "Barbarian, what are you doing?" The captain of the guards charged toward Barbarian. Barbarian kicked him away and the man fell immediately. Barbarian said, "You are too weak." How could he possibly entrust the Queen to a pighead of a captain like him? He couldn't rest easy doing so. He took out a serum from his waist. The captain of the guards panicked and yelled, What are you doing?" The Queen pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Barbarian. "Stop, Barbarian, or I'll shoot." Barbarian looked up and grinned at her. His pearly white teeth made him look a little less gloomy and sullen than he usually was. It gave him an air of innocence. He didn't obey the Queen. He ruthlessly injected the gene modification serum into the captain instead. "Since you are so weak, I will give you a hand." "Stop, Barbarian, stop!" the Queen shouted. But Barbarian didn't. After injecting the gene serum into the captain of the guards, he grabbed the deputy. He was going to inject the gene serum into all of them one by one. Not everybody could endure the gene serum's side effects. If the captain couldn't endure it and died, there was still the deputy. If the deputy also died, there were still many other guards. He had to leave a strong and powerful bodyguard to protect the Queen on his behalf. Everyone around them raised their guns and pointed them at Barbarian. But without the Queen's order, no one dared to shoot. Barbarian was special to the Queen. The Queen's hands trembled. She knew Barbarian very well. She even understood why Barbarian was doing all this, but she didn't need it. She didn't need genetically modified guards to aid her, much less use gene serums to control them. People were created equal. Her eyes reddened. When Barbarian injected the gene serum into the deputy, her hands stopped shaking. Her aide's eyes also reddened, and he shouted, "Your Majesty, they are all your subjects." Yes, they were all her subjects. As the Queen, she was bound to her duty of protecting her subjects. She fired, squeezing her eyes shut as she did. When she opened them again, she saw that the gunshot had struck Barbarian in the heart. Barbarian froze, and he slowly turned his head to look at her. He exhausted the last bit of strength he had to inject the gene serum into the deputy. He fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were still open, and he was still looking at the Queen. The Queen came over, eyes red from tears, and squatted in front of Barbarian. Barbarian was shaking a little on the brink of death. You could feel his body getting colder and colder. Blood was trickling out of his mouth. But his eyes were stubbornly fixed on the Queen. Only 2 people had been injected with the gene serum. If neither of them could endure its effects and failed to pull through, who would protect the Queen? Barbarian was filled with indignation. The Queen reached her hand out to him. Her hand was still as warm as it was 10 years ago. The Queen's face also seemed to return to how she had looked when she was still a princess. The Queen's voice was a little choked up. It trembled as she said warmly, "Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, Barbarian. It doesn't hurt. Don't be scared. I'll take you home. I told you. I'm going to keep you safe." Barbarian slowly closed his eyes. A smile appeared at the corners of his lips. This was wonderful. "Your Highness, I don't have to lie to you ever again." Although no one had yet heard about Barbarian's death, Nora was certain that he would definitely die. Barbarian had killed too many people. He had almost killed Justin in the past. He was a serial killer. Even if Nora was touched by Barbarian's feelings for the Queen, he would only kill more people if he was left alive. He was only gentle to the Queen and extremely cruel to others. For the safety of the world, such a person did not deserve to live. Even if he was caught by Brenda, he could not have escaped the death sentence. Nora had never been one to follow rules and regulations, and she had never been soft-hearted. If she could just poison him and get rid of a lot of unnecessary trouble, then why not? She did not feel any guilt about poisoning the Silver Needle. Not long after Barbarian fled, another group of people rushed over quickly from the surroundings. The person in the lead was Brenda. She quickly came to Nora and asked in surprise, "Nora, why are you here?" She had received the news from Caleb and gone to the trading center to wait for Truman and Queenie. However, nothing happened. It was only when a large-scale, chaotic battle broke out that she realized and rushed over. Nora did not answer. Brenda frowned and looked around. "Where's Barbarian?" "He escaped." Brenda said angrily, "He escaped again." With that, she turned around and chased in the direction Nora had pointed out. Nora did not stop her. Barbarian would probably die on the way. It would just be nice for Brenda and the others to collect his corpse. When Brenda and the others walked away, Nora turned and looked at Solo, who was hiding behind a car after Brenda appeared. "Why are you hiding?" Solo said, "I..." Before he could finish, Solo's legs suddenly went limp, and he fell to the ground. Nora quickly took a step forward and checked his body. Only then did she realize that a dagger had pierced through his waist. That dagger belonged to Barbarian. Nora frowned. In the chaotic battle earlier, many people were injured, but she did not expect Solo to be so seriously injured. She asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Solo pressed the wound on his waist, the dagger still in place. The wound stopped bleeding. He chuckled. "I didn't want her to worry." That's why he waited for Brenda to leave before saying anything. Nora really did not know what to say to him. She examined Solo's injuries and frowned. Solo asked nervously,
It didn't cut anything it shouldn't have, right? Nora didn't want to tell him the truth. Solo's injuries were very serious. There was no operating room here. Nora could only call a few people and send Solo to the hospital. The medical standards in Switzerland could be trusted. Nora got Lily to contact the doctors in the hospital. It was completely fine to let them perform surgery on him instead of her doing the surgery. Nora did not follow after him because Solo's injuries would not endanger his life. She stayed and looked at Truman. Truman, who had been captured, was calm and did not look flustered at all. He even glared at Queenie. "Nora, do you really trust the people around you so much? Do you know that Queenie did this for a reason?" Nora narrowed her eyes. Queenie said, "Shut up." Truman sneered. "Why should I shut up? Why can't I reveal your true identity? What's wrong? Nora, you still don't know who Queenie is, right?" Nora was about to speak when Truman smiled. "How long are you going to pretend, listener?" Queenie clenched her fists in anger. Nora looked at Queenie and saw that her eyes had suddenly become flustered. Truman smiled. "The reason she helped you was to obtain the gene serum in your hand. Do you really think she's that kind? Don't be naive. Can she give up her life for a sister she had known for just a few months? Yvette loved her so much that she found that pianist and told everyone that she was listener to deceive them." "Shut up!" Queenie roared again and rushed to Truman anxiously. She reached out and was about to slap him, but the next moment, she suddenly covered her chest. She turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Queenie!" Nora stepped forward and held Queenie in her arms. She was very weak. She grabbed Nora's hand and slowly said, You shouldn't have saved me. I'm going to die. I have cancer." She said slowly, "Nora, I'm not as good as you think. I'm afraid of death, but I was sick. I had cancer, which is why I thought of this plan. I got rid of these two for you. You don't have to be too touched. I have my own selfish motives. I hate the mysterious organization too. I hate Truman." Her face, which had been normal a moment ago, was turning pale at a visible pace. Nora looked at her, her eyes turning red with tears. Truman suddenly smiled. Cancer? You can't lie to me. What cancer? It's just your physical condition before you get the V16. As long as you inject the V16, you'll live. From the sound of it, Queenie, you're really full of lies." Truman's words made Queenie even more furious. She glared at Truman, but her body was too weak. She had only lasted until now because of her belief. She spat out another mouthful of blood. She was about to say something when Nora held her hand. "Queenie, I know everything. I understand everything." Nora's eyes turned even redder. Clear tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. "You just don't want to use the V16. You feel guilty for me, and you think that you shouldn't be alive, right? That's why you want to die like this. You even hid your cancer from me to keep me from being sad." As she spoke, her voice became a little choked, but she suppressed all her emotions. Queenie was taken aback. She did not expect Nora to be so understanding. She smiled bitterly and touched the tears on Nora's face. "Nora, I'm not worth your tears." She sighed. "You're too smart. I just want to leave without feeling so much pain. I don't want to leave any pain for you. I'm going to look for my sister. Nora, don't be sad." Truman roared with laughter. Ah, listener, you really deserved it. You deserved it. You should have died in the first place. If you died, Xander and I could take the remaining 2 serums. Who asked you to lie to me? You didn't bring the real V16. If you had, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Even if she rushed back to the manor to get the V16, it was too late. This was what Queenie had planned. She grabbed Nora's hand. On the dressing table in my room, there's a button under my skincare products. It'll open a secret closet in the room when you press it. The real V16 is in there. Nora, I'm sorry. I even lied to you. Nora stared at her. Why, Queenie? Why? When I got the V16, I clearly told you that one of those 2 serums belonged to you. Queenie's identity was a mystery. Over the years, Nora had been guessing who she really was. But eventually she stopped guessing and decided to let nature take its course, knowing the truth would be revealed eventually. When she got the V16 her mother had left behind and realized that there were 2 bottles, she heaved a sigh of relief. She handed the gene serum to Queenie, hoping that if she was really one of the 5 people from back then, she would take one for herself. Nora believed that, with Queenie's intelligence, she must have guessed her intentions. But why didn't she save herself? She clearly knew that these 2 days would be her last. Queenie sighed. I told you, I don't deserve to live. It was Yvette who saved my life. I should have accompanied her when she died, but she had asked me to take care of you. Now that you're older, you don't need my care anymore. Nora suddenly said, Then what if my mother wants you to stay alive? Queenie was stunned. Her eyes were a little hazy. What did you say? The pain gradually came from her body, making her a little stunned. Nora took a deep breath and took out a letter to hand to Queenie. I found this in your secret room. With that, she handed a letter to Queenie. Queenie looked over and realized it was the last letter Yvette had written to her before she died. She had almost memorized everything written in the letter. It was just a confession, nothing else. As she was thinking, she saw Nora open the envelope. Inside the envelope was a line of words. Queenie, the reason I entrusted my child to you was to give you a reason to live. The moment you walked out of the mysterious organization, you had already received a new life. You have to live well. Queenie was stunned. Nora took a deep breath. Mother has never given me much help herself. She only asked her teachers to teach me martial arts and medical skills, but she didn't feel any need to find someone to protect me. She had always hoped that I could become very strong myself. So I never understood why Mother gave you the mission to protect me, until I saw this letter in your room. Queenie, Mother wanted you to live. That's why she gave you this mission. She wanted you to forget your pain with time and to really love this world. The 1,000 children who had been used as test subjects were all innocent. The children who had been tortured to death were not the most pitiful. The most pitiful were the 5 who had survived. The pain they suffered was dozens, maybe even hundreds of times more than the other children. These kids were being tested by all kinds of cold equipment in dark laboratories. This was a kind of torture in itself. Their hearts were twisted. After Barbarian escaped, he killed people crazily to take revenge on this society. Barbarian was pitiful. As for Truman, his character was very strange. If these people wanted to live, they had to have a belief. Barbarian's belief was the Queen. Truman's belief might be eternal life.
After Spacey found her freedom, she tortured her adoptive parents and drove a wedge between them which led them to murdering each other. This was also a way to vent. Their personalities were dark and gloomy. It was like a poisonous herb that had never seen the light before. It wanted to slaughter everyone to take revenge. Only Queenie did not do anything. This was Yvette guiding her. Her sister was saving her. Having nothing to live for could have become a weakness for Queenie. She probably would have committed suicide. Yvette might have sensed this long ago. So after freeing her from the organization and giving her a new identity, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she taught her how to live a blissful life, wanting to save her from the darkness. Queenie stared at the letter in her hand as her tears started rolling down her cheeks. Nora said, "Queenie, think about it carefully. Can you really bear to leave? Can you bear to let go of Cherry? Can you bear to let go of Royce? Even John is so loyal to you. Can you really bear to let go?" Could she bear to? At this moment, an impulse suddenly arose in the heart of the disheartened Queenie. She wanted to live. She wanted to see the smiles of the people around her, wanted to see Nora's wedding. She wanted to see Cherry grow up and meet the love of her life. Her eyes slowly lit up. Yet, it was too late. The light that had just risen in Queenie's eyes gradually extinguished again. Truman laughed out loud. "Nora, you gave her a desire to live and then let her die. This is simply too cruel. You are too cruel." Queenie also sighed. "Nora, it's too late." "No, it's not too late." Nora knew that Queenie finally had the will to live. Her lips slowly curled up. "Queenie, I brought the V16. When she said this, Truman's laughter instantly stopped. He looked at Nora in shock. "What did you say?" Nora took out a bottle of V16 from her pocket. She opened the lid and took out the serum in a syringe. In the sunlight, her movements looked exceptionally professional and graceful. Queenie watched her. She felt glad and relieved. "Yvette, as you had wished, your child has grown into a very strong person." At the side, Truman widened his eyes and looked at her in disbelief. If Barbarian had known that Nora had the real V16 with her, he probably would have risked his life to take it from her, right? Given Barbarian's skills, it was more likely than not that he would be able to get it from Nora. Once he obtained the V16 and injected it into himself, Barbarian would have been able to break through his limit again and defeat any number of people. With that, he wouldn't have had to die. So what on earth gave Nora the guts to still bring the real V16 with her when she knew very well that they would be here? Truman stared straight at her. As he watched Nora lift the syringe, he couldn't help but say, "Wait." Nora didn't listen to him. Truman shouted, "Nora, there are only 2 doses of that gene serum in the world. Are you really going to give one to her? She's obviously already seeking death. How can you still give it to her? Stop what you are doing immediately. Stop, otherwise you will regret it." Truman wanted to physically stop her, but he had already been subdued. He couldn't put up a fight at all. Nora remained indifferent to his verbal abuse. Just as she was about to insert the needle into Queenie's arm, a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Nora's line of sight followed the hand. She looked up to see Caleb standing in front of her. He frowned as he said, "Think twice about what you're doing, Nora." Nora narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean, Mr. Gray?" Nora's form of address for him immediately became a lot more alienated. Caleb stared at her.
There are only 2 gene serums in this world. You have to understand that there may be more important people who might need you to save them. Do you really want to give her one of the serums?
Although NTT, the company that Queenie had founded, might seem very powerful in comparison with the Hunt Corporation and the Smith Corporation, be it in King's eyes or the mysterious organizations, it was insignificant. Queenie was just Listener, one of the 5 children from back then. Among those 5 children, Truman was the young master of the mysterious organization. In terms of status, Truman indeed seemed superior to the others. Caleb was also on good terms with him. Caleb had never tried to take the V-16 for himself, yet he was stopping her at a time like this. Nora looked at Caleb and sneered. Mr. Gray, I have never cared about status and whatnot. The only people I hold in my heart are my family. She shook off Caleb's hand. But just when she was about to inject the gene serum into Queenie, Caleb shouted again. But you haven't caught Truman yet. Aren't you afraid that he will fight Xander for the other serum after Queenie uses this one? Nora looked at him suddenly. What did you say? Caleb heaved a silent sigh. He suddenly walked up to Truman, who was being held down, grabbed his suit jacket, and took out a voice changer from around his neck. The moment he took out the voice changer, Truman panicked. His voice instantly changed as he said, Caleb, what are you doing? Are you going to betray Mr. Yale? What was that supposed to mean? Nora narrowed her eyes. She suddenly realized, you're not Truman. This whole time, she'd had a nagging feeling that the trap she had set up this time had worked too smoothly. How come she had managed to capture both Barbarian and Truman so easily? This man was not Truman. The fake Truman immediately sneered and said, Of course I am not Mr. Yale. There's no way Mr. Yale would put himself in such a dangerous situation. But I didn't expect you to actually betray Mr. Yale, Caleb. Caleb ignored him. Instead, he looked at Nora and said, Truman is not to be trifled with, Nora. Now that there are only 2 V-16s left in the world, your best bet is to give one to Truman and maintain friendly relations with the mysterious organization. If you give this gene serum to Queenie, what is your son going to do if Truman takes the other one from you? Nora clenched her jaw. I won't let him. But Caleb took a deep breath and said, Are you sure? Truman is not as simple as you think. Think about it. Despite having so many clashes with him thus far, has he really suffered any losses? His power is beyond your imagination. Queenie also pushed Nora's hand away. Nora, he is right. Although I wasn't in the mysterious organization all these years, I have also heard that the mysterious organization's new young master is a ruthless man who is even stronger than the previous leader. I can't use this serum. Save it for Xander instead. Nora looked right at Queenie with certainty. So this is the true reason why you decided to sacrifice yourself, right? Queenie was taken aback. After a while, she sighed silently. You figured it out again. Previously, Yvette had hidden the truth from Queenie and helped her survive in the beginning. After the last 20 years or so, she didn't actually seek death that much anymore. While she did mean all the things she did and said previously, and was also going along with what Nora wanted, in truth, it was Truman whom Queenie was really worried about. Barbarian might be powerful, but he was ultimately still just a fighter who lacked intelligence. Truman was the real threat.
The mysterious organization was in possession of all the gene serums, from V1 to V15. It was just a matter of time before the mysterious organization created a second barbarian. So when Nora obtained 2 doses of the gene serum, but could not use it on Xander immediately, Queenie didn't dare to have designs on the other one anymore. She wanted to leave the second one to Xander in case of an emergency. By bringing fake serums with her this time, Queenie was leaving herself no way out. She was afraid that she would not be able to outwit Truman. Should she end up being caught by the other party, if Nora had the serum that Truman needed, then she could at least still negotiate with him. The best solution that Queenie could think of was blowing up both Truman and Barbarian with herself. If it failed, then at least there would still be 2 doses of the gene serum, one for Truman and one for Xander. It was not that she didn't want to live, rather, she couldn't. She dared not endanger Xander. She didn't dare to risk provoking Truman by using the gene serum, leading to him taking the remaining one. There wouldn't be any left for Xander anymore. When Queenie saw how sharp and perceptive Nora was to realize her true intentions so quickly, she sighed and pushed her hand away. She said, "Nora, since you already know everything, then you should act with even more caution. I can't use the serum. Queenie was about to continue speaking when she suddenly felt a burst of pain, causing her to curl into a fetal position. It was the backlash from the last gene serum she had received, the V15. She was close to death. Queenie held on tightly to Nora's hand that was about to inject the serum into her. "I won't take it. Let me die." Everyone present stared nervously at Nora. Caleb said, "Think about it carefully, Nora." But the masked Justin, who was standing behind Nora, suddenly said, "Don't be afraid, Nora. I am here." He reached out and patted Nora on the shoulder. His palm was very warm and calming, as though he could resolve anything, no matter how huge a problem Nora caused. Nora's heart settled. Nora lowered her eyes and heaved a quiet sigh. "Okay, I won't use it on you." Queenie breathed a sigh of relief. Caleb also breathed a sigh of relief. Even the fake Truman was relieved. But the next moment, the very instant Queenie let go of Nora's hand, Nora abruptly inserted the needle into her arm and quickly pushed down on the syringe. Queenie was in so much pain already that she merely felt as if an ant had bitten her shoulder, so she hadn't realized anything yet. It was Caleb who realized what happened first. He stepped forward abruptly to stop her. "Nora!" But a big and tall figure blocked his way. Caleb looked up at the masked king and stared at him. "You don't bother her." Justin's voice was very calm and steady. His eyes swept across everyone present, making them shudder. It only took a few moments to finish the injection. The V16 was fully injected into Queenie. Her pain gradually began to subside. She seemed to undergo some changes. Queenie's facial features looked even younger now. Despite looking very sick just a moment before, she was positively glowing with radiance now. Even the pain from the backlash had disappeared in an instant, easing the frown on her countenance. She squatted on the ground in a daze as she sensed the changes in her body in disbelief. Seeing her like this, Nora stretched out her hand to check her pulse. "Aunt Queenie, I would never let Xander take the serum until I confirm its efficacy. You don't have to feel any psychological burden. I'm only giving you the serum as an experiment." Despite her saying that, Queenie was no fool. She understood that Nora was just saying that because she didn't want her to feel guilty. Especially because, once Truman realized that she had taken the gene serum, and that there was only one dose left in the world, the repercussions from Truman would definitely be humongous. Nora checked Queenie's pulse cautiously. She found that the pulse of the woman, who was so weak just a moment ago that it was nearly non-existent, had regained its strength. She asked, "How do you feel, Aunt Queenie?" Queenie took in the sensations in her body and slowly replied, "I've become even more sensitive to sounds. And it seems like I can hear sounds on an even wider range of frequencies now. My body feels very relaxed and comfortable." Queenie's physical condition was completely normal. This showed that there was no problem with the V16s that her mother had left. Nora breathed a sigh of relief for Queenie and Xander. After all, the V16s were more than 20 years old. Who could guarantee their efficacy? Nora helped Queenie up and looked at her intently. "Let's get in the car." Queenie nodded. Barbarian was already dead. Though this Truman was fake, Nora nevertheless still handed over the mysterious organization members to Brenda. Together with Justin, she took Queenie home. Caleb sighed silently and said nothing. The limping man then left them and went back to the hospital for medical treatment. Before the fake Truman was taken away, he shouted, "Just you wait, Nora Smith. Mr. Yale will never let you off. Wait for it. He will come for you very soon." Of course, Nora knew that Truman would never give up. It was just that she didn't think Truman's retaliation would come so quickly or directly. On the way home, she received a call from Truman. Truman's voice was harsh and arrogant as he clamored, "Seems like you want to do this the hard way, huh, Nora? Do you think that all your problems are solved because you now have King on your side? You are wrong. Who do you think could be behind an entity as powerful as the mysterious organization? The previous king of the UK? Is he so powerful that all countries in the world would fear him? To think you are colluding with King? You sure are penny-wise and pound-foolish. I don't mind telling you the truth. The mysterious organization is none other than the Imperial League. Why do you think King is getting close to you, huh? You're so naive, it's unbelievable." Nora glanced at Justin. "Oh? Then tell me, what is King's objective in getting close to me?" Truman sneered and said, "For the V16, of course. The mysterious organization was founded by the Imperial League. The mysterious organization's ultimate objective is to decipher the human DNA and achieve eternal youth and immortality." Nora didn't believe him. "You don't need to sow discord between us." But Truman said, "Then how do you think the mysterious organization got their funds for the experiments when it has never involved itself in commerce? Did the money fall from the sky?" The mysterious organization's experiments were big and expansive. They hired so many professionals from various fields. Their daily expenses were huge. It was true that there was no way for them to support such huge expenses without strong financial resources. Nora frowned. Seeing that she was keeping quiet, Truman slowly said, "I don't mind telling you the truth. The mysterious organization was created by the Imperial League itself. Do you think King is a young man? He has already aged. He wants to live forever. He doesn't want to die. He has also taken all those gene serums that were injected into me. They're just waiting for the V16 now." Aged? Nora glanced at Justin again. Justin stretched out his finger and put it against his lips, motioning to Nora not to reveal his identity. Although Nora didn't understand what was going on, she continued to listen to Truman. "You don't believe me? Then I'll tell you this. My father is none other than king. He fathered dozens of children back then to experiment with. I was the only one who survived. He also injected himself with the gene serums, so he's waiting for the V16 to save his own life. He is even scarier than me. Yet you would rather trust him over me? Nora was incredulous. Justin was even more confused than she was. When did he father a son who was already this old? As the two looked at each other, Truman sneered and said, "But under my leadership, the mysterious organization has long since broken away from his control. Even if I get the V16, I won't give it to him. Because he is the devil himself. He's scum." Truman became rather agitated. Truman added, "I'm not going to give him the V16 anymore. The king with you now is definitely fake. I know the real king all too well. You'd best be careful and not let him fool you." Truman grinned and added, "You're welcome." Truman hung up. After he hung up the phone, Nora finally looked at Justin and asked, "What's going on?" Justin took off his mask. Everyone in the car was baffled. Queenie was looking at Justin curiously. Justin sighed silently and replied, "The old king he mentioned is my maternal grandfather." Now he tells her. Maternal grandfather. Come to think of it, she had never met Iris's family before. But wasn't Iris from an ordinary family? Nora remembered that her family had forced her to marry Justin's father by threatening her with her sick mother. Nora suddenly thought of her own situation and realized something. She looked at Justin, upon which Justin, as expected, said, "My mum's father was not an Evans. I only found out about this when I was 15 years old. The Imperial League had suddenly approached me at that time." Justin would never forget that day. At the age of 15, he hadn't yet taken over the Hunt Corporation and was being suppressed by his uncle, Raymond. He remembered everything very clearly. That day, Raymond mocked him for being a penniless lad and ridiculed him by saying that without his parents, he didn't have anything to his name at all. He had told him that without the Hunt's support, he was nothing but trash that didn't even have a single cent. At that time, the Hunt Corporation was being restructured. Raymond had used his connections to thwart his attempts at taking out loans from the bank. Without any startup capital, he couldn't do any of the projects he wanted to do. He indeed couldn't borrow even a single cent from the bank. He had left the house furiously. But the next morning, King's servant found him. The servant took him straight to the elderly King. King was indeed very old. He looked about 80 or 90 years old. He stared at Justin for a long time before he finally cast his eyes down and said, "All right, you're the one then." Justin didn't understand what he was talking about, but the servant said, "Sir said that you will inherit the mantle of king in the Imperial League." Justin didn't understand what that meant. The servant took out a bank card and handed it to him. "This is your pocket money. Give it some thought, Master Hunt." When Justin checked the balance on the bank card, he found that there were several $1 million on it. He was astounded. No matter how rich the Hunts were, they weren't going to give a child millions of dollars as pocket money so casually. A few $1 million were enough to act as the company's entire working capital. It was not until later, when he took over the Imperial League, that he realized just how rich this mysterious family was. A few $1 million were nothing more than just a drop in the bucket. As Queenie listened to Justin's explanation, she asked curiously, "Was your mother unaware of this all this time?" Justin nodded. Yeah. Grandpa had passed away a long time ago, so I didn't tell Mum about it. She has always thought that she is a child of the Evanses. She has already cut off ties with her family for my sake, so the Evanses have also been behaving themselves all these years.
A curious Nora asked, "Why did the old king choose you?" The mantle of king was reserved for the leader of the Imperial League since its inception. The codenames in the Alliance did not change. Some of them had already been around for hundreds of years. In the past, when cell phones didn't yet exist, they had used letters to transmit information to one another. The codenames were passed down from generation to generation. Justin stayed silent for a while before he finally said,
I was also very curious about that. Everything went by in a flash after he chose me. The second time I saw that servant was when my grandfather passed away. He came to me with all of the Imperial League's confidential documents and told me to take over the Imperial League.
Justin was only 18 years old. It was only when he later investigated the matter that he found that the old king did not have many children left in the world. Iris was his only surviving daughter. Justin was also his one and only blood relative left in the world. Justin had even secretly reached out to his maternal grandmother, in other words, Iris's mother. His grandmother was already in poor health. She told him the truth on her deathbed. His grandmother had been kidnapped in her youth. She, along with a group of women, had been imprisoned in a room. An organization run by a king-like man had kept them in captivity. The king-like man treated these women as if they were his wives. His grandmother found out that every time one of these women gave birth to a child, the child would be taken away, never to be returned. She looked for an opportunity to escape. The pregnant woman was able to convince Justin's grandfather to marry her, so she married into the Evanses and gave birth to Iris.
At that time, I even wondered, since the old king is so evil and liked having so many so-called wives, how could he possibly not have more children? Where exactly did all those children go? But now, I finally know the answer.
Justin said solemnly,
All of them had been sent away as experimental subjects for the genetic experiments.
Nora frowned. They were already conducting experiments during Iris's generation. It seemed that the gene serum's research and development had started even earlier than she had anticipated. Justin frowned and then said,
No wonder the old butler has been keeping one of the Imperial League's ledgers for me all this time. The money in that ledger must have gone to supporting the mysterious organization.
He was puzzled.
It's just that I thought all of his sons were dead. But if Truman is still alive, why did he choose me as his heir?
Nora said slowly, I may know the reason for that. Justin looked at her. He paused before asking,
Then why was I chosen as the heir?
Nora was silent for a moment before she sighed. Because you're a normal person. How ironic. The old man had been pursuing immortality his entire life and had created the mysterious organization to develop the gene serum. But the research could not be completed successfully in the end. He did not dare hand over such a big empire like the Imperial League to his only son, Truman. All his children had died in the gene serum experiments, so he did not have absolute trust in Truman. Instead, Justin became his last heir. Justin understood this logic. If he had handed the Imperial League to Truman, would that old man have been at ease? No. Justin finally understood something.
I've been investigating who was scheming against us back then. You and I are not people who can be easily schemed against. What went wrong? If Truman is Old King's son and the mysterious organization is a part of the Imperial League, then everything makes sense now.
When Nora had become pregnant, the surveillance cameras in the house showed nothing out of the ordinary. Nora had been drugged and neglected. She had been in the Smiths for so many years. Due to her poor reputation, she never thought someone would waste their time and use her as a target. Justin was also not someone who could be easily schemed against. And at that time, he had already taken over the Imperial League and the Hunt Corporation. He was powerful. But what if the people in the Imperial League were in cahoots with Truman? But that didn't add up. Truman had no idea that Justin had taken over the Imperial League. Maybe it was Old King's old butler who had schemed with Truman. The old butler was the one who had approached Justin. Justin planned to investigate the details carefully when he returned. Someone like this, who had been left behind by Old King and was not loyal to Justin, should be eliminated. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Justin's eyes. Fortunately, Nora was the one chosen for Justin all those years ago. If it were someone else, having a child with a woman he did not like, Justin was not sure if he could accept it. When Justin thought of this, he did not say anything else. Nora did not ask any more questions about her pregnancy from back then. When Justin investigated everything, he would definitely tell her the truth. The three of them returned to Queenie's manor. When John and Royce from the NTT saw Queenie, the two of them revealed happy expressions. The two old men stood up at the same time and smiled at Queenie.
Queenie, welcome home.
Home. Queenie knew from that day onwards, this really would be her home. The three of them entered together. Queenie looked at Nora and asked, "When did you realize that I was listener?" Nora smiled. "When I was talking with Ian on the phone, you correctly guessed that he was the one on the call. I already had my suspicions at the time. Later on, I got someone to investigate the pianist and realized that she was just a cover for you." Queenie nodded. "I wanted to get rid of this identity. With a pianist in front of the public, no one would think of looking for me." Nora nodded. "You guys are really extravagant. Spacey also made a fake identity to confuse others. You're the same, but you went a step further and even got a fake cancer report. You scared Royce quite badly. You almost fooled me, too." With that, Queenie stopped in her tracks. After a while, she whispered, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Do you really think I faked the cancer report?" Nora blinked at her aunt. She was stunned. Queenie shook her head and continued, "After injecting V15, if we don't get the V16 in time, the cells start to mutate. Some of these cells start devouring the body. These cells look very similar to cancer cells under the microscope, which is why it was diagnosed as cancer by the doctor." Nora was stunned. "In that case, you're fine?" "Yes. After injecting V16, those cells will slowly disappear. In the future, other than some changes in my genes, my body will be no different than that of a normal person." Nora nodded. She felt that she had neglected something important, but she could not remember what it was. Queenie looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Nora shook her head. "It's nothing, but I realized I have neglected something. I suddenly thought of..." As soon as she finished speaking, Nora stood still and thought about her conversation with Queenie from the beginning to the end. Her eyes widened. The neglected truth suddenly sprang to the surface. Before Nora could say anything, Cherry and Pete ran out of the room. Nora was looking at Justin, but the squeals of the children interrupted her. The two of them came out and saw Queenie first. They rushed forward and hugged Queenie's leg. Cherry's small voice was filled with tears.
"Where have you been? Don't you want me anymore? They said something had happened to you. I was so worried."
After experiencing such deadly events, when Queenie returned to the house and saw Royce and John, she felt a sense of closeness. However, when she saw Cherry, a child that she had cared for since she was young, an indescribable fear surged in her heart. If Queenie had really died, she would have never seen Cherry again. Queenie hugged her, and her eyes instantly turned red. "Don't worry, I won't leave you again." Cherry nodded and grabbed her hand tightly. "You have to keep your word." "Okay." Pete and Queenie did not have a deep relationship, but after being together the past 2 days, the little guy was very worried about Queenie. He sized her up carefully from top to bottom and only nodded when he saw that she was safe and sound. When Nora saw the two children, she looked back in confusion. "Where's Xander?"
"He said he's tired. He's sleeping."
Cherry did not think too much about it.
"Xander has been sleeping a lot these past few days."
Pete was worried.
"Mummy, go see him. Is he sick again?"
Last time, when Xander fainted after being injected with the V15, Pete realized that something was wrong with Xander's health. Although he did not know the entire story, he was still worried about his health. Even though he and Xander were competitors and were working hard to obtain Cherry's love, Pete would not fight about it with Xander. Hearing Pete's words, Nora nodded. She exited the room and walked upstairs. She pushed open Xander's door and saw a small lump on the bed. She walked over and coughed. "Xander, I came to see you." Xander was different from the other two children. Xander had a sensitive character, and he was a boy. Whenever Nora approached him, she would notify him in advance. But Xander did not sit up like he usually did. Instead, he continued to lie there. Nora's heart sank. Was Xander sicker than she thought he was? She quickly walked to the bed and lifted the blanket. But then she realized that there was no one on the bed at all. The blanket was empty. Xander was not here at all. Nora was taken aback. Then her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, and Truman's voice came from the other end. "Why do you think I raised Xander? Do you think the relationship between Xander and me over the past 5 years was just an act?" Before Nora could respond, Truman started to cackle over the phone. "Nora, Barbarian and the mysterious organization were not my greatest trump cards. My greatest trump card is Xander." Nora clenched her fists. "Xander won't betray me." After being with the child for so long, Nora knew Xander's character very well. He might look awkward and shout about fighting and killing from time to time, but he was actually very kind. Otherwise, he would not have tried to save all those small animals from being experimented on. Nora knew that Xander had true feelings for her and Justin. Truman smiled. "Yes, he has always been a child with love. Over the years, I haven't made him heartless. So, what would he do when he hears that only the V16 can treat his father's illness?" Nora's breath caught in her chest. She suddenly realized something. She rushed to Queenie's bedroom and saw that the box with the V16 was empty. The V16 inside was gone. "What's wrong?" Queenie and Justin were playing with Cherry and Pete when they saw Nora walking out of Xander's room in a panic and rushing over to Queenie's bedroom. So they ran over and asked. Queenie immediately noticed that the refrigerator with the V16, which was supposed to be hidden in a secret place, was gone. She realized something, frowned, and asked, "Where's the other V16? In order to safekeep the two V16s with them, Queenie had placed both of them there. In the end, Nora, who had taken care of everything, had taken one and left the other behind. But the one that had been left behind was now missing. Queenie realized something and she shouted, "There is a thief among us! John, check who entered my bedroom today." "There's no need to check." Nora stretched out her arm and stopped Queenie. A hint of grief flashed in her eyes as she stated, "It's Xander." Queenie was shocked. "Xander?" Nora nodded. Guilt filled Nora. Nora never dared to bring up Truman in front of Xander. She knew he was very sensitive to this topic, since he was separated from his real parents since birth. As Xander had grown up under Truman's care, a large part of his mindset and moral compass was misguided. Even though he had a good heart, it was inevitable that he would be affected by his upbringing. But Nora and Justin were not in a hurry to do something about it. After all, these things weren't something that could be corrected quickly. It was going to take time to undo all the harm Xander had experienced growing up. They had to be patient with Xander. But then Justin had faked his death and escaped to secretly investigate the mysterious organization, while Nora was busy dealing with Truman and Barbarian. Looking back now, since Xander's return, she and Justin had not fulfilled their duty as his parents at all. For the sake of obtaining the V16, and for the sake of saving his life, they had overlooked the most crucial thing they should have done: spending time with him. Her eyes reddened and she started to become emotional. Then Truman's voice came from the phone again.
"So, Nora, did you really win?"
Win? Nora had set up an elaborate plan, defeated Barbarian and caught Spacey. But in the end, she was tricked by Truman. She hadn't thought that Truman would use Xander like this. She took a deep breath. Truman's voice became sharp as he scoffed.
"I told you not to give the V16 to Queenie, but you did. Now that there is only one V16 left, what are you going to do?"
What was she going to do? Nora clenched her fists. "What do you want?" Truman had already obtained the V16. In fact, Xander was even in his hands. He could have just injected himself with the V16 immediately, instead of calling her and provoking her over and over again. Truman must want something. When she was thinking about it, Truman muttered,
"I want you, and you alone, to do as I say now. My little servant. You're going to meet us very soon. I think that Xander will be very happy to hear this, no?"
As soon as he said that, Xander's voice rang out.
"Mummy, don't come. Daddy won't hurt me."
But he had only spoken halfway when Truman covered his mouth. Nora hurriedly gasped. "Okay, I will do everything you say. Please don't hurt him. Leave Xander out of this."
"Good. Get in the car outside your house now."
The car outside her house. Nora turned around abruptly and started walking to the door without hesitation. She had only taken 2 steps when she sensed someone following her. Before Nora could even say anything, Truman laughed over the phone.
"I definitely won't give you the V16. But if you don't want anything to happen to Xander, then I hope you won't bring anyone with you. Anyone at all. Do you understand? Don't let anyone follow you."
Truman's warning echoed in Nora's head. She stopped and looked behind her. She saw Justin, who was following her. She warned him, "Don't follow me. I have to go alone. None of you are to follow me." She couldn't risk putting Xander's life in danger at a time like this. Besides, she was Black Cat. There was probably nobody in this world who was better at escaping than her. Even if she was caught by Truman, she would not be in mortal danger. Justin looked into the woman's eyes. Her docile and obedient, almond-shaped eyes, which should have looked charming and timid, were filled with determination. Justin knew that the woman he loved was not a fragile flower who only depended on men. He nodded. Nora looked at him intently. After a while, she sighed. "Don't worry, I will bring Xander back safely." After saying that, Nora marched off. Justin stayed where he was. His lips parted slightly as he murmured, "Okay, I'll wait for the two of you to return." Seeing Nora leave, Cherry and Pete finally realized that something was wrong, especially since Pete was so sharp and keen. He looked straight at Justin and asked, "Daddy, what's wrong? Is Xander in danger? Where is Mummy going?" Justin squatted down and held the children with one arm each. His voice was steady as he assured them, "Everything's fine. Mummy is going to pick up Xander and bring him home." Cherry and Pete, who had been in a panic, calmed down after hearing this. Queenie looked at Justin. Are you really not going after her?" Justin nodded. "I believe in Nora. Besides, there are other things I need to take care of." Queenie was taken aback. Justin got up. He lowered his head, picked up his cell phone, and made a call. "Investigate everything within the Imperial League that's related to the mysterious organization, and then clear them all out." There was anger in his voice as he added, "Don't leave a single one of them alive." How was Truman so powerful? Because he was relying on the Imperial League. If the Imperial League could find out the identities of all the members of the mysterious organization and cut off their sources of income, then Truman, who would be left with no manpower and no money, would no longer pose a threat to Nora. It was dangerous for Nora to face Truman head-on. How could Justin possibly just sit by idly and do nothing? He would defeat Truman and clear all the obstacles for Nora. When Nora walked out of the villa door, she spotted a car parked outside. After she got into the car and started the engine, Truman shouted over the phone, "Throw out your cell phone and call me with the cell phone I've left for you." Nora turned her head and saw an old-fashioned cell phone on the passenger seat. It was an extremely basic cell phone that could only be used for calling and not for text messaging. Without hesitation, she chucked her cell phone out of the window of the car. The basic cell phone started to ring. When she answered it, Truman's voice came from the opposite end. "Go to 28 Vale Street." Nora started the car and slammed her foot on the gas pedal. She went straight to 28 Vale Street. As soon as she arrived, the cell phone rang again. When she answered, Truman sneered, "My little servant sure is obedient. Do you see the number 848 bus in front of you? Get on it." As soon as he finished speaking, the number 848 bus reached the bus stop in front of her. She glanced back at the surveillance cameras on the road. No one else was around her. She was all alone. She took a deep breath and got on the bus.